advantage. That's what that was. Hi, everybody. Welcome to Roll with Advantage. My name is Joe, and welcome to the adventures. The fuck is my camera doing right now? Welcome to the adventures of the. It's like I'm like covered in snow right now. Okay, there you go. Oh God. Okay. All right. Well, no. Welcome to the adventures of the Salamander Coast. So excited to be here this evening for the session that we have prepared for you. Cameron will be here. He's just running a little bit late. So in the meantime, I'll be running Sunni during combat just because I play a paladin very often, so I'm proficient in the class. So very excited for that. Happy for him to get here when he does. So let's go ahead and roll the intro and get started. We're back.
Yeah,
It'll be up to John to figure out if he leveled up his character.
Wait, 12? Do we get a feature?
12?
Yeah.
I think so. 12 classes get an ability score feature, yeah.
Just want you to know I'm taking tough to make.
Okay, okay, nice. Alrighty. Cool. So we'll just make sure Ajax doesn't make it through this session, so you can never take it. So let's go ahead and dive into tonight's session. As is tradition here on Roll with Advantage, I do not do the summary. No. I have my players do the summary. And this week on summary is Felicity.
Yes. Okay. So last week we pick up with Carasilla and Cecily. They are meeting, I'm going to call them the Outcasts because I don't think they're quite a unified group. I think there is a name we are calling them, but basically they just are on the outskirts of town. They're reached out to by this Phoenix Flame questionable sus little thing about maybe doing a little like of a rebellion of sorts. So Carasilla's there. They just had their talk with the leader, who is, I think, called, oh my gosh, I didn't write this part down. They had the talk with the leader. Carasilla will remember the name. It'll be brought up. So stay tuned for that. But anyway, Carasilla then, to kind of make these people feel a little bit better, she does her best to latch on to a few of the people that she saw that just needed their spirits being lifted, plays a show, and then suddenly after, she also gives a speech, kind of like tells a story, and after that, and after just a little while of getting their minds in a different headspace and turning their frowns upside down, basically, they start dancing and having actually a merry time, which it feels like these people have not seen in a while, so it was very wholesome and lovely. Meanwhile, Sunni does go speak with Liliana, and she asks a few questions to get to know him. He walks through this wall-like thing and has like a memory with Emerald and learns what Sultana has done either in a past timeline or a current timeline. Basically, she at some point, I don't remember if it was confirmed or not, released one of the seals on one of the Forsaken, because she's sus. And so basically Emerald's like, you need to do what you need to do when you see her and be strong. And Sunni's like, I don't know if I can be, but I will try. After that memory, Liliana asks Sunni, after, again, getting to know him a little bit better and being impressed by his skills with the Moonblades, asks him to officially join the Order, a little bit more of a nomadic kind of member, and he decides to think on it before making a final choice. Hi, Sunni! I'm in the summary. And meanwhile, Bianca and Ajax meet up with Arthur, who's kind of spearheading the Crownskeepers in this area. Both of them had knew him as being one of the more wealthy families back in Belka, so he kind of explains how he ended up going from there to here, and through his process and his knowledge of not just Belka, but like a lot of the Old Kingdom and like seeing some of how the system doesn't work, gave some more insight to Bianca and Ajax, and they started to formulate a little bit more of a better plan on what they want to do to help basically the Old Kingdom and all of Belclara, and they're going to kind of just keep him in the loop with everything that's going on, and they were going to take that information and go back to the rest of the council to kind of make a better, more well-informed decision. So the party does join back together to kind of go over what they all had learned, notably that Carasilla and Cecily learned that Liliana had made some morally questionable choices early on in her management of Maester. They come up with a plan to first deal with the Phoenix, because they're like, we want to figure out what the heck that is and what kind of energy that is here before it causes more problems. Then confront Liliana, because there is a problem there that needs to be resolved. We need Lily on our side, but we also don't want to neglect the feelings of the people. Then they would talk at the war table, make a game plan, put that plan in action, speak with the people, go to war. Boom. Clean cut.
Boom.
Obviously, nothing will go wrong there. So they decide, let's just get to the plan. So they go to try and find this hut where the Phoenix Flame is at. And throughout the session, there had been a few presents from a ghostly undead apparition that seems to be of Ivana Damaris, potentially, one of her followers. It's like hinted at, but not perfectly clear, and there's no pinned down exact answers there yet. But she's around, and everyone's like, that's sus. And then when they get to the house of the Phoenix Flame, they're told that basically they are not worthy, and then all these undead creatures show up, and it's like fire themed. And that's what happened.
All right, dude. Amazing.
Hell
Wonderful
yeah.
summary. So yeah, that is exactly what happens. And as you had said, you had entered into that house and you were able to see a few things right at the top of your entry point. Right there were those ominous voices of those braziers that had spoken to you, those entities of flames that had suffocated themselves, and these new entities of flame spawned from the ground. You can see 2 on the ground in front of you and 2 elevated on the broken half of the 2nd floor above you. And as that happens, I would like all of you to
Say it.
roll for initiative.
Hell yeah.
I clicked it first.
I would watch mine be super long because I was excited.
I did already roll for Suni. He got a oh wait, Cameron, you're here. Never mind. I'll remove your initiative roll. Update combatant.
Hang on a
God.
good one.
Who got net 20?
Oh shit.
It's the best I feel like I've ever rolled an initiative.
Hell
I plan to
yeah.
have this session, so I suppose I should enjoy it, but could have been on something else. That's okay.
Nah, I'm sure this will be the session where everything Carasilla rolls will be will be a natural 20.
Let's
When it
hope for it.
counts. All right, Suni, what was your initiative?
Did mine not roll?
Oh, no, I don't see it. Yeah.
Oh, fuck. I'm trying it again.
I'm gonna give the baby her passy back. She
Okay.
threw it. I got a 15.
Yeah, that one.
Okay, well, it's not letting me roll from here, so I'm just gonna do a regular d20 roll, I guess.
Okay. And your initiative is goddamn.
+5. So 23.
God. Oh, that was it's really funny because that was the exact same thing I rolled before.
That
Hell yeah.
No, y'all did really good. Way to
Um,
go, guys. This is good initiative.
and then Ket's
Congrats.
really funny. Gemma, since he rolled twice, it like replaced it. That's funny. All right,
I rolled
34.
twice. Lol.
Yeah, and it gave you the 8, so I changed it. Okie dokie.
I appreciate.
Damn.
Not a problem, not a problem. All right, so with that, as all of you enter in, right, you had just sort of like barely made your way in, there are a few things that immediately of note. You can see these large snowdrifts that have sort of begun to build their way inside the house. That crater in the middle of the floor between the three braziers. You can see that elevated area up to the south of you, right south of the battle map. You can see another smaller room right directly below you, and you can see 4 of these creatures in front of you. 2 right in front of you, and then 2 elevated above you. And with that, we'll go ahead and start off at the top of the turn order with Carasilla.
Ooh.
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 This is strange for me. Okay. But all these ones, they are on the same level of as us, right?
Yeah, these 2 right in front of you are. Correct. These 2 right here are not. They're elevated maybe 10, 15 feet above you. And remember, while you guys are in this area, since you're so far away from those lanterns, everybody's movement speed is halved. Keep that in mind. Yeah. It's not exhaustion or anything like that. You just got half the movement speed.
Okay.
These braziers won't. Sorry, these braziers won't heat us up?
Nope, there's no flame in them currently.
Oh, okay.
No.
Sorry, Jim.
Okay. No, you're good. I think even with the elevation fuckiness, I think I should be fine because that's still within 20 feet for radius. So I guess centered here-ish to get all these 3 down here.
Mm-hmm.
I am going to cast Synaptic Static, and I need an intelligence saving throw from all of them. DC 16.
And wait a
great
second.
spell.
That is a 20-foot sphere. Let me measure that real quick because this might actually be really applicable. It's right there. That's where you centered it on.
I think. Wait, it's whatever. So it's just like like here.
Okay.
So like a bit down. Just because I know that.
Yeah, there
like,
you go.
with
That way you
spheres
can-
and shit. I'm just like. Yeah.
That is so funny, and
Is it?
you'll
Should I be laughing?
you'll learn why in a second.
Okay.
Also, yes, Bianca, you did activate your Lightning Crimson right beforehand. I do remember that.
Okay, I'll just re-roll the damage then because it didn't save it.
Oh, I think it was. I forget what it was. So yeah, just re-roll it.
Yeah.
Okay. Alrighty. Cool. So then, intelligence saving throws from all of these individuals.
I mean, they're elementals, right?
Yeah, you can see these like roiling masses of flame and fire just as the psychic energy emanates from that epicenter. It is not looking good as all of them seem to be affected quite heavily by this.
I will also say that those that did fail, they will have to take a d6 from any of their attack rolls or ability checks, or concentration saving throws for maintaining concentration if that's
That's
relevant.
really funny, actually.
Why am
That's
okay.
really okay, but we'll see. So that's only if they fail, right?
That's if they fail and they are able to redo that check at the end of each of their turns to,
Okay, so-
get rid of it.
28. Jesus Christ. 28. 28. And then, I wonder if you guys can see that on the thing. 28. Yeah, okay. 28 points of damage. Okay. And then it has disadvantage on all saving throws.
No. Takes it.
Or D6. Minus
No,
a D6.
It minus a d6 on any of its ability or attack rolls.
And then I thought it said something about concentration as well. As well as constitution
Yes,
saving
as
throws
well
to
as-
maintain concentration.
Yeah.
Go ahead and roll yourself a D6 because there is somebody in that sphere concentrating on a spell.
Sick.
Get up, whoever you are.
I didn't even see their ass. That's funny.
Oh my god. So funny.
So they took 28 points of psychic damage. DC
Okay.
half to 14.
He's back. Onbot's back, guys.
That'd be really funny.
That would be hilarious.
Oh my god. It would not be. Let's not laugh about No.
So it basically comes to DC of 16 with
Uh-huh.
the 2 taken away.
Yep. Or we can just say a DC of 16 because that's easier for my brain to handle.
Yeah.
And they failed. So you can see emerging from the shadow as you end up making this individual break concentration on what you can tell is a very powerful spell. And I would say that, let me double check something immediately right off the bat, because I thought that, so Cecily, you would recognize the spell that's being broken because you also know the spell. You end up
feel it in the weave.
You do. You feel it in the weave as this person's concentration on greater invisibility has been broken.
Okay.
Who are you?
Who are you?
Inquisitor of the
You can
Mind
see
Fire?
as the oh, is that the name? Okay, that's not what their name should be, but that's okay.
Oh,
What is their name?
Let me say, I'll do that one, and then token, and then there you go. Boom. Did that not change? Nice. Unknown. They're not an Inquisitor of the Mind Fire. That's something from Van Richten's Guide to Ravenloft. This is somebody.
okay.
This entity is different. So what you see, Carasilla, immediately after shattering that, you can see the spell almost like broken glass shatter and fall to the ground as this entity, cloaked figure, is now exposed. You can see robes of gray and black with these like slashes of purple fabric woven into them. You can see a hood pulled up, and you can see a man, definitely a humanoid man, probably human or elf. You can't exactly see the ears since the hood is pulled up. You can see this like paint of like purple that's sort of like washed across the face, and you can see they have a darker complexion as well as a finely trimmed beard as their eyes shoot open and look at you with immediate panic and confusion. And you know what? That explains why they rolled very low on initiative. So they are the last to go. All right. So with that, synaptic static happens. All of those creatures take a fair amount of damage, and the one thorn in your side through this fight is now exposed. Anything else, Carasilla?
To add insult to injury,
Kill them.
since yeah, since now that I can see them, and I'm guessing, you know, they're gonna be a lot more of a problem than just the elementals. I'll also give them some antibiotic. Sorry to ruin their plans. Sucks to suck. And so I guess because they also failed on it.
They did, yeah.
So I guess on top of the D6 that will be taken away from things, they'll also have to take a D10, and that's also for saving throws as well. Oh, that's only saving throws. I know what things do. So yeah, they get a D6 away from their ability, their concentration, and attack, and then a D10 away from their saving throws.
Okay.
Have fun.
Alrighty. Got it. Okay. Sounds good to me. Anything else?
That is all.
Suni! It's your turn, bud.
Yas. So
Yeah.
I think I'm going to start off on the safe side, and I'm gonna cast Bless on Ajax, Bianca, and myself.
Ajax.
what does that do
Bianca.
again?
It gives you a
D4.
D4 to attack rolls and saving throws.
Nice.
And just so all of you are aware, if instead of, for the time being, if instead of rolling through D&D Beyond, I think, if somebody could actually test it real quick, because I added something on Foundry, so somebody just roll a saving throw real quick. See if it adds. Well, somebody that was
D&D
blessed.
Beyond?
Sorry. Yeah.
Oh. Okay. A saving. Okay, I'll do a dex.
So it doesn't look like it.
Bad.
Add.
That was
Yeah, it
bad.
doesn't add, but that does add Suni's bonus, which is interesting. Or does Bianca just have plus 12 to dexterity saving throws?
Oh yeah, I do.
Wait, yeah, because it wouldn't have added to Ajax, and he would have been in
Wait.
I have a plus 10 with that,
range.
which is strength.
Yeah, because he rolled
Oh.
6. Has a
Okay.
plus
Would
10.
Do I have plus 12? I think that is the bless. That feels way too
I
high.
feel like that really needs to be, because I think otherwise.
Yeah, that is bless, or not bless.
Okay.
That's
Yeah, your dex would have to be like 24.
no, it's
for
the
that to make sense.
Sunni thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, everybody gets plus whatever from 4.
Is your dex 20?
Oh, I know why
No, my
it's
dex is 18.
doing. Never mind,
Yeah.
I don't know why it's doing that. Interesting. Okay, all right.
Weird that it doesn't do the math. It
I'm
just
so
adds
used
it
to
the
seeing
roll.
it as plus 12 with being in Sunni's aura thing, so I'm like, yeah, she just has plus
Yeah,
12.
but then why did it? Okay,
Wait,
that's
but I'm
fine.
not getting it. Oh, I need to be
Bianca's
5 feet, don't I?
cool.
Is it?
No,
It's 10
I thought it was
feet.
10.
I have a plus 10 to a strength save.
Mm-hmm.
I have 20
I'm
strength.
technically not in 10 feet of Sunni.
That's interesting. Okay,
We've opened up a lot of worms.
Yeah, we
here.
have.
This is
that's
really
okay. No
many
big deal.
cans.
You guys are blessed. We'll we'll come back to the rest of that in a second. Go ahead.
I don't think
Sunni,
your
with,
module's working, Joe.
with the rest of your turn.
I like it. I have a plus 12.
The only other thing I'll do is just for the time being move a little bit, just so that while everybody is clustered, they're in my 10-foot radius for the debuff against the spell damage.
Okay. Got it.
So I think everybody's within 10 feet of me right now, so everybody would have that if they get attacked by a spell while they're within 10 feet of me.
Okay. All right. Sounds good to me. Also, I just looked it up. Felicity, you have a feature that is from being a blood hunter called Dark Augmentation that gives all of your physical saving throws +4 because it's the same as your intelligence modifier. That's why your dex is +12.
Awesome.
There you go.
That makes sense about my strength too,
Yep.
because my strength should not. I have 10 and it's +4. Okay.
All right.
Cool.
So, Sunni, you move in to be more protective. Now, everybody gets that, what is it, +4 to their saving throws on top of that.
Yes.
Okay. And half damage from spells. And advantage on saving throws from spells.
Not that part. I think it's
Okay.
just half damage from spells.
Okay, got it. Good. What else you got?
That's it.
Okay, all right, cool. Protective first round, but a good one. Bianca, it's your turn. Blessed and paladined shielded.
Yeah. But I might move out of his little protective bubble for fun, not for smarts.
Well, can't fault you for that.
Because I kind of just want to. Actually, I don't know if that would even. I guess I should get to that one. Okay, yeah. She will, using her wings with her sword, she's gonna fly, because that would help. Okay. Would that have movement speed effect if it's flying speed from that thing?
The wings. What are the wings from again? The sword, right?
sword,
Okay.
yeah.
Magical wings, not impeded by
Yeah.
frost. That
Okay,
makes
cool.
sense.
Yeah. Okay.
Can
cool.
rationalize that.
Yeah. Cool. She flies over here and she's going to attack.
All right,
This
getting in it.
guy.
All right.
Yeah. Because I want to.
Yeah.
All right, we'll start with just 2. Oh my god. I'm gonna wait to see how my first natural 20 does on this guy. So yeah.
Okay, yeah, that'll hit.
So I guess full damage would be because you're still doing full damage plus a roll, right?
Yeah, so it did the roll right there. So then it would
Okay.
just be 16
damage.
plus 6.
Yeah. I think it's 16 plus 12.
Well,
Is it
so it's like you have
1d6
your
plus 6 plus 2d8.
yeah. So it already rolled the damage like flat, which was 15 total. And then you would take the dice and max those out and add that to it. So 2d8.
Does that include the 2d8 and then a d6 plus 6?
Yeah. Well,
So
you don't
that's-
add the modifier again. It's just the
Oh,
dice rolls.
okay, okay.
Yeah.
Gotcha. Okay, so that is 16 plus 6. And
Yep.
that doesn't count my Crimson Right damage yet, which is... That... Do I run? I'm sorry. I haven't done things in a bit. Oh,
It's all good, homie.
2. Okay, it's 1d8.
Mm-hmm.
So that's 8 plus then another 8.
Yep. So roll that d8.
5.
5. Are you keeping track of this number?
No.
Okay.
I'll pull up my little calculator. So that's 16 plus 6 plus 8 plus 5, right? Did I miss anything? That's 35 damage.
So it should be 15
Plus 15.
Yeah.
50.
All right. 50 points of damage. Boom! As you slice with the sword through the fire elemental, you can see that those wisps of flames are just decimated from the action of the sword. As there's this flash of like sickening radiant energy from the blade that has been bestowed to you by the Valkyries. As that blast happens through it, it just cuts through this creature, and you can see those flames begin to dwindle as a part of it. It is still up, it's still together, but it is looking pretty rough, one might say. Bloodied.
Okay, she will do then her next swing on it and see how it looks after that too. Not as good of a, well, it's still not bad. 16.
16? Oh. There we go. 16. Sadly, that will miss. As you can see, as you bring the blade down, the first one was able to cut clear through the sort of fiery magma that was being held together by this magical energy. But as you bring the blade down a second time, overconfident, you end up smacking into this plate of solid molten rock near the shoulder that prevents you from landing a blow. You're pretty confident that it's even a little harder to hit than that.
Ooh, okay. Well, no problem, no problem. She'll just swing again. 20 unnatural this time.
Dirty 20 hits.
Okay, cool. All right. Damage. Plus the other D8.
Jesus Christ. Okay. Okay, 26. All right. Still up, but it is looking really rough.
Okay, cool. Alrighty, and that's my full action economy.
All right, wonderful. Cecily, it is your turn.
So, I know with a spell, you can't choose, like, rules as written to knock someone out as opposed to kill them. So my question is, if I lightning this mage guy, is there any way I could not, rules as written, try not to kill him? Because that will affect what I do.
I leave it up to you if you believe Cecily has the skills. I would maybe leave it up to, well, maybe an Arcana check, but like, well, a Charisma check, I'll say, to see if you can manipulate the magic in that way. It'd be a pretty high DC because magic is violent and volatile.
Right. So is she.
Yeah, so there's a chance. It's a risk though. Like, I'm not gonna try and hide that from you or conceal that.
Yeah, because that is a rule bend for sure. Normally, lightning just kills a fucker.
Yeah, so I'll say that you can try, but it's not it's not a guarantee.
I don't know what anyone else is thinking, but Cecily is thinking that if there's a mystery invisible guy here, we should at least, like, you know, defeat him in battle and then ask him what the fuck is going on, as opposed to just outright kill him.
Yeah.
Partially for moral reasons, like 20% for moral reasons and 80% for information reasons. So in that case, I think I'll actually attack the fire dudes, just to be safe. Yeah, that's what I'll do. But now my second question, and I know this is the most fun part of D&D for everyone, so please bear with me. There's these guys on the stairs are technically up. Is that going to affect 30-foot range on stuff?
Nope.
Okay, cool. I just figured I know we normally don't worry about Pythagorean theorem, but I figured I'd just ask. Okay then. So, if I attack
the Pythagorean theorem, all my homies hate the Pythagorean theorem.
Get out of here, Pythagoras. But so if I target this middle one, I believe, so that guy's within 20 feet, that guy's within 25, and that guy is within 30.
Mm-hmm.
So I can do this. So Cecily is going to realize how hard it is to move and be trying to angle herself for a lightning bolt. And instead, she's just going to go ahead and hunker down and start channeling the lightning bolt and lift it from her palm and spread her 4 fingers. And for the first time, I'm going to go ahead and use the 6th level spell Chain Lightning.
Oh, that's real bad.
So this will target... I'm going to ignore that. So this will target the middle one, and then 3 more beams will leap to the other 3 elementals.
Damn.
Okay, all right.
And all of them need to make a DC 16 dexterity saving throw.
You said 16?
Yeah.
Okay.
And
So 1. So the top one succeeds.
okay.
The main target fails. 1 closest to Bianca. That is a success. And then the 1 farthest from Bianca, but still on the 2nd floor, is a
Oh my god.
fail.
Okay.
Wow.
And let me pull up the numbers here, because I am also going to go ahead and empower it.
Oh my
All right.
god.
So there's
Unlimited power!
So there's 4 2s. So I'll just get rid of those. Then my
Okay.
base will become 32
Okay.
plus 4d8.
Okay.
So, fuck, I forgot that. I do that every time. All
It's
right.
okay.
There we go.
Did I ever tell you the definition of insanity? That's only 3. 3d8.
Give me a fucking...
There you go.
Give me a fucking d8 in there.
Roll
Give
1
me-
more d8. There you go.
Eh.
Oh, well.
Aw.
All right, 48.
All right, that's fine. But still, so yeah, 48 on a fail, 24 on a success.
Okay, so top 1 failed. Or
Yeah, you
yeah,
said
top,
top one.
Top 1 failed. Top 1 failed. So that'll be 48. Middle one to 48. So then 24. Yeah. And then so Bianca, the one right in front of you, as it hits 0 hit points from the chain lightning around it. Of course, there was no way for you to know this, or Cecily for you to know this, but there is this. The creature does begin to sort of fold in on itself, and there's this detonation of fire magic, and I need you to make a dexterity saving throw.
Good thing I have plus 12.
48. You know, and that ain't that the case?
25, and she's fire resistant.
Well, Cecily, you couldn't have picked a better person to have one of these things explode nearby.
Nice.
So, Bianca, you will take 5 points of fire damage, reduced from 20.
Nice.
Nice. All right.
That's pretty
So
sick.
yeah, she just
That is.
fingers out. There's the one just like firearm percussive blast like usual, but then it just like scatters out like a flash grenade and just hits the other ones, and they just all
Alright.
explode and crackle. But she is, right after casting that, going to just be kind of hunched over for a second, holding at her arms, because with the spell point system, you can only cast 6th level spells and above 1 time per day. And she's never done that before, so she's like, holy shit.
That was a lot of power.
She's like, that's not what I meant to cast. What?
Yeah. She's just gonna be like, Bianca, are you okay?
Better than you, clearly.
Okay. Go fuck him up, team. Holy shit.
All right.
She's just gonna stay back.
Okay. Alrighty, so then we move on to the fire elemental that is up top here. this fire elemental is not going to go and attack Bianca. Instead, seeing the massive blast that just emanated from Cecily, it is going to pretty much conjure this glob of flame in its hand, and it's going to throw it down towards you, Cecily. This is just an attack, not a spell or anything like that. So that's going to be so the first attack is 23.
Yeah.
And the second one is a 23 as well. Okay.
Okay.
So
Yeah, that hits me at this level.
Okay. So then that will be you can see that on this first strike, we'll see if this recharges. I don't think it'll matter though, so it doesn't. So on this first strike though, each one of those attacks is empowered by the flame of its body just a bit. But you can see as both attacks eventually rattle off, the fire diminishes a bit and doesn't seem to return as the creature is just a little more dull. So that's gonna be 66 plus 8. So Cecily, you will take 28 points of fire damage.
Okay. May I use my reaction to have it with absorb element?
Yeah, of course.
Okay. So that's 28, so I'll go down to 14. And I'll just remember my reaction is gone if it comes up at all.
Okay. Alrighty. Sounds good to me. So that is that for that one. Couldn't have said that more times in that sentence. Oh, there it is again. Okay, we're gonna move on to this creature up here at the top. This one is going to dash towards Carasilla, and is going to make 2 attacks. And instead of the globs of flame being summoned and tossed, you can see they sort of materialize into these like dual-wielding scimitars as they just slam them down towards you, Carasilla. Once again, the body is going to ignite in flame. Once again, we'll see if that recharges. It does not, so as soon as the attacks go off, the fire, the magical energy diminishes and does not return. So we got 2 attacks, which is, what's that? So the first one is a 21.
That will hit.
Second one is a 10.
That does not.
Alrighty, look at that. So that's just going to be that much damage. So Carasilla, you'll take 13 points of fire damage. As one of the slashes of the scimitar makes contact with you, cuts through part of you, creates the burn, like cauterizes the wound that was opened. And the second one, as it comes down, you're able to quick step out of the way before it makes contact. All right. With that, we move on to Ajax.
Yes. Ajax is going to bonus action. Bonus action. Rage. And then thank you for letting this guy get closer to me. I can reach one of them now.
Hey.
He's going to walk over here.
Oh, he's walking.
Yeah, his feet are cold, man.
Maybe you should put shoes on.
Yeah, let me get my landing some shoes after this. He's going to walk over here. So many things I can do as a barbarian fighter. I'm gonna stab this thing with my spear.
Okay.
It's a 28 to hit.
You know what? That'll do it, honestly.
Okay. Good. Let's see. So that is going to be 20 damage plus my Zealot feature, which is my Divine Fury, which is a d6. Plus 4.
28. So
Ooh.
32 total? Oh, it
just
did
28.
It did a d6 plus 4 already. Okay, so 28.
Yep.
All right, one spear, you lance through it. You can see you pierce through that like hardened plate of volcanic rock near its shoulders, causing some of the magma to spill out onto the floor and solidify into hardened volcanic rock away from the creature, but it is still standing. Definitely looking pretty rough.
I am going to use a superiority dice to grapple the creature.
Okay.
Yeah, it's happened.
Right.
It needs to make an athletics check against Oh, yeah, so it's also a D8 to that damage.
For the superiority die. Okay.
Yeah.
Athletics.
Needs to make a strength check against me. I think
that is an
athletics versus athletics.
11.
I have advantage on
Takes
this.
an additional
That's
3.
raging.
3.
Wow. Seriously?
You
Okay.
still won.
Thank God. I'm going to move it backwards using the rest of my movement because it was 25 total movement. I only used 15. I want to move it back just one block backwards away
Okay.
from Caracilla.
All right. So you two both move 1.
So yeah, he's going to spear attack and then put his shield up and then like his shield's in front, use the spear behind the creature to like grapple and push forward, and then he's going to disengage again and attack with his second attack.
Okay. That's another hit.
Well, 20. There's that.
23 points of damage. All right. Creature is still standing, but it is looking really rough at this point.
Good. Mark off a rage, and then I'm going to. Yeah, fuck it. It needs to make a wisdom saving throw. I'm going to goading attack it, giving it a disadvantage on all attack rolls other than attacking me.
Okay.
And it also
Alrighty.
takes another D8 of purity die damage, and that's
2.
an extra 2.
Okay. Yep. Still looking rough, but still standing.
The wisdom save is 17.
17. Okay. Gotcha. Wisdom save. I have a feeling that is fail. Okay.
Inside my bones. Sorry.
All right. So with that is going to be a failure from that creature, as all attacks next time it does, if it gets a turn next round, it will have disadvantage on those.
Cool. That's my turn.
Alrighty, cool. Good stuff. Then we come to this fire elemental. He will. Boo-doo-doo-doo. What does he want to do? Yeah, this is rough. Well, actually, so even though Ajax, you are a very imposing target, and Cecily, you did destroy one of the other ones. This one is actually going to come for Caracilla right here. It's going to move 40 feet.
God damn it.
I know.
You're muted.
It is one of the ones that has a d6 subtracted from its attack, so I'm pretty sure.
Okay, alrighty. So we'll go ahead and roll one. Of course, that didn't roll there. Okay. So that is a 17 total, but minus a d6. So I'll go ahead and roll that. Okay, and that's a 6, so that's okay. That's a miss. I'm assuming it's 10, right?
Yeah, it goes down to 10, yeah.
Okay.
AC 14.
I would hope your AC is higher than 10.
Alright.
Okay, second attack.
We would need to go shopping.
That one is a little. That one's, and it's quite a bit higher. 7. That's 24. So yeah, there's no way to reduce it down. That was a 5. So the second one will hit. Once again, flame empowered by the strikes. We'll see if that recharges. No, it does not. So then the damage on that will be 3d6 plus 4. Boop-a-doop. Okay, so you take 18 points of fire damage, Caracilla. Okay. Eventually, we get to this individual's turn, and they are going to. What are they gonna do?
You tell us. Self-combust.
That'd be nice.
Yep.
Actually, wait, no, because we won't talk to them. They can't combust.
They're an actual phoenix.
Is this an action? It's got to be right. Okay, yeah, that is an action. All right, so they are going to use their action to cast Sending.
Ooh.
And does anybody have the observant feat? Or the feat that allows you to read lips? That's the one that I'm looking for. Carasilla, you do? Okay. All right.
Yeah.
So you have direct line of sight of him. He's not hidden at all. He doesn't like turn his mouth away. He just immediately sees all of you. This happens in a flash of 6 seconds. One of the creatures dead. The rest of them are going to fall very soon. You see him whisper under his breath, not audible enough for anybody to hear, especially with these like writhing creatures of flame all around you. But you hear him whisper under his breath. They have discovered the house. I will destroy any of the evidence within the house. Okay. And then what he is going to do is he is going to move. Oh, why is he like? Okay. He's going to move 15 feet. He's going to climb up this wall right here. And he's going to make his way to this table right here. And pretty much there's a whole bunch of stuff that he's going to grab, a whole bunch of books, pieces of parchment, just like a big handful, and he's going to throw it at the fiery elemental in front of him as it just begins to burn and cinder. But you can still see that there's another stack of papers and notes that are still on the table, as he was only able to get rid of part of it. Bonus action. Nothing. All right. That's it. So then we move back up to the top of the turn order with Carasilla.
Okay, so I'm guessing whatever else is on that table is going to be important.
You know what? Well, I'm sorry. One thing that that would have been said that you would have seen, Carasilla, because of your ability to read lips, is that he would have said everything else, but then it would have started with the Gleeman has found us, or the Gleeman and the rest of them have found us, and then the rest of the message.
Okay.
Big fans.
Apparently.
The Gleeman. The one and only.
The one, the legend,
Okay.
the fable.
Bible.
Carasilla
Okay,
and Fables. That's our band.
So for my turn, which you will not be interrupted.
Never.
I don't want whatever else is there to be burned, especially if we need to figure out how to keep this mage person alive. And so yeah, okay. I wanna cast Dimension Door, get right to that table, preferably on the other side of where they are. And
Can you take me?
do you wanna go over there?
Fuck yeah, I wanna.
Yeah, sure, come on.
Okay.
It's a
All right.
party.
You take Ajax with you.
Yeah.
We got this, Suni.
I imagine Carasilla
the thing of, like,
just grabs him by the
casting it.
scruff and
No, I imagine
Ajax,
Ajax
let's
should just
stop.
see that he's doing it. Yeah,
Whoa.
just jump on in. So then, I want to grab, I guess, what I can from that table.
Okay. All right.
And you know
yeah,
what?
so there's a small collection of papers, letters, a book that you're able to grab and quickly pick up off the table. As he is also grabbing things, you get a better look. You can see there, like I said, the same description as before, the black and gray cloth, the sort of slashes of purple going throughout, the purple going across his face, finely trimmed beard. You can also see on one of his hands, he's wearing 2 rings. One ring is that of, it looks like a plain silver ring that has a crudely forged skull that has sort of arcane runes that glow on it. The other ring that he wears on his thumb is a gold ring that along the sides of the ring, it looks to be like there are scales on the side. And then on the flat part of his thumb, it seems as though there is a hand holding the scales, so it kind of creates like a hand holding scales like that.
Oh, like weighing scales. Okay.
Yeah, weighing scales. Yeah, sorry.
Okay.
So, ring with a skull, ring with scales, and a hand holding the weighing scales.
Sure.
Does Carasilla just see this?
Caracella's passive perception is really high. Let me check what yours is, Ajax.
Don't even worry about it.
16. I would say, yeah, you would notice the rings, because those are the only 2 like gaudy things on his person.
Yeah, it is.
I can use the word too. So you see those 2 rings, both of you would see them. I don't think, no history check necessary. I don't think either one of you would recognize either one of the rings. Upon initial like sight of them, I'll allow each one of you to make an Arcana check to see if you can recognize. Well, Carasilla, you're the only magically attuned person, so I'll let you make a Arcana check to see if you recognize that.
Oh yeah.
Let me see here something real quick. I just want to double check the School of Magic real quick. Really? It's interesting that that's what school it is. So it's strange because obviously there's the skull on it, but just from your basic glance at the runes and the magical secrets you possess as a bard, you gather that the school of magic that ring belongs to, or that it's enchanted with, is probably enchantment magic.
Is this the gold or the silver ring?
This is the silver one with the skull. Okay. Alrighty.
Oh
no. All right, and that's what you pick up off that, as well as the things that you had picked up off the table. Is there anything else?
I mean, she's just gonna grab those pages, chuck it into the cloak's pocket so she can free up her hands, and I mean, it's half movement, right?
Yep.
So I guess she'll then just kind of start backing away.
Okay. Alrighty, sounds good. So you begin to step away. You can see that the man, he sort of like has these narrowed, angry eyes looking towards you as you took those things from the table and stuffed them in your gleaming cloak pockets. Alrighty. If there's nothing else, we'll move on to Suni. Suni, you can see that there is a creature right next to you.
There is indeed a creature right next to me.
You've been abandoned.
Yeah. So I'm going to try to, if I can, push my way between the creature and Cecily, as long as Cecily doesn't mind. Also, yes, I was gonna say Suni is the squatter, definitely.
I was also thinking that.
Yeah, it's too accurate. Anyway, so I'm gonna try to push myself between them.
Okay. Yeah, we can say that's possible. Cecily, if you are willing to move back 5 feet, like through the doorway.
I will take it.
Okay.
Yeah,
and yeah,
I'll
Suni,
take
you
it.
could move in the way.
Okay, and then I'll just go ahead and take, with just in one movement, both of his swipes in kind of a swirling motion coming down on the creature's shoulders.
All right, roll your attacks.
Sorry, give me 1 second.
No, you're good. Bum, 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 bum.
It's like not rolling my shit for me. I don't know why.
Oh, it popped into the chat. I think you just have to hit the attack button in the chat.
Oh, did I?
Yeah.
Might be. Oh, I see.
Aw, you good, dude? You good?
We're good. We're good.
Boom. Oh, Jesus. Oh, that's right, because you're blessed. Oh, yeah, 27 will hit.
Hashtag blessed.
Yeah. Surprise, surprise.
Okay, so that's first one.
Jesus Christ. Got 20 points of damage.
Okay, and one more.
What have I done, sweet Jesus? What have I done?
Okay. 24 hit?
Yes, that hits.
Oh, yeah.
14.
Okay.
There you go. That's a normal number. Great. Okay. All right. The creature, the fiery elemental, does seem to be bloodied.
Okay, cool. And then, just for the sake of flavor, Suni will hold both of his blades out diagonally, trying to make as big of a barrier between both of these creatures and Cecily as he can.
Nice. Okay. All right. Protectively, you fend off the creature from Cecily. Wonderful. Bianca, it is now your turn.
Yeah. So, she is going to, oh, it's badly injured. Okay. Well, let's see. And half movement, so she's got 15 feet of movement, so she can get closer. Even though maybe she shouldn't. She's fine. She'll get closer, and she will take a hit. That'll actually be her. Actually, this is a good question. If she doesn't take her attack action, does she still get a bonus action, like extra attack, or does that have to be in combination with the attack action attack?
It has to be in combination. So it's if you take the attack action, you can then make a bonus action attack.
Yeah.
Unless you have there's a feat you can get that allows you to override that, I'm pretty sure.
I don't know if I have it either. I just haven't. Extra attack, that's the attack twice thing. I don't think I have it. That's fine. Because it's just the basic dueling weapon thing that I normally do. So, okay. Well, I still want to do what I was gonna do. Because I don't want him to get away. This mage guy. Sorry. I wish I would have thought of that before. She'll actually not move.
Okay.
I think, was that? No, I
You're
think
one
she's
more back. Yeah,
more.
there you go.
Yeah. And she's going to actually use the... And he's not cast anything since then that would require concentration, correct?
No.
Or anything like that? Oh, okay. I didn't think so, but like maybe I forgot. She's going to cast the Blood Curse of Binding.
Okay.
Weird. Okay. Yeah, sorry. I'm reading some of my stuff that's new, and I'm like, what's that? All right. She's just gonna cast that. She's gonna amplify it so that it's like prolonged. It's not just one round.
Okay.
Oh wait, no, that's a bonus action. I forgot. So actually, she is going to use her bonus action. She will attack that blamey thingy as well. Okay. I thought that was an action. So anyway, she's gonna take 2 attacks on the fire elemental, and then Blood Curse of Binding.
Okay.
Yeah.
What's the saving throw on Blood Curse of Binding?
I think it's a... Wait. It is a strength saving throw. The DC is 16.
Okay. Strength.
So,
For the wizard?
Yeah. I'm like, should be okay.
It's a failure.
Good. So I'll go ahead and roll my damage right now for that, because I amplified it. And when she does that, she's just gonna say simply, don't move, like, for flavor. Alright, so 6 damage to me. 6 damage. And then for her 2 attacks, the first one, a 26 to hit.
That'll do it.
And the second one, oh my god. It's another natural 20. Oh my god. Okay. So that's
Chris,
fine.
that's awesome. That's so cool.
Yeah, I mean, I'm having a great time. Are you having a great time, Joe? I'm
having a lot of fun. Yeah.
Okay, so,
That's how I felt during the open.
so this is for the first one.
I hope it
12.
didn't feel this low stakes for you during the Oberyn fight.
12
No,
plus
not that part.
8, or the 4 lightning damage, so,
Okay.
or not, I don't
So
even know what I'm
29.
saying.
That's
yeah,
on the first one.
29.
Okay.
Then I don't remember, so it was, so let me roll. So for, this is the natural 21.
Yep.
So, oh wait, why did I'm clicking wrong buttons. Ignore that.
Yeah,
okay,
sorry, that'll
this,
miss. Oh,
I'm like, wait, what's happening? Okay, so that
Jesus
is
Christ. Okay.
plus.
Wow, you rolled double 8s on the radiant damage too. That's really cool.
Nice.
Plus your
the
Crimson
D8
Knight. Yep.
lightning damage.
Oh my god.
Plus
Ugh.
the full, which was 16 plus 6 plus 8.
Yep.
Okay, wait, so 16
Yeah, you
plus
got it.
6
There
plus
you go.
8
Quick maths.
plus 26 plus 7. 26 plus 7. 63.
63. Okie dokie. Yeah, overkill, to say the least. It's dead.
Sorry. It's not my fault. I rolled a natural 20.
I need everybody except everybody on the second floor except for Carasilla to make a dexterity saving throw.
Okay.
Oh, really?
Includes him.
Okay.
Yeah, so Ajax doesn't need to.
Well, we didn't really hit him, so he should be okay, right?
Wait, do I need to or do I not need to?
Yeah, you do. It's just Carasilla that doesn't need
Okay.
to.
I have advantage on dex saves.
Okay, he failed.
Oh, nice.
Ajax backflips through the flames.
Okay, so
There's
Ajax.
so many gnats going on.
Yeah, I know. And I rolled
Good
piss
energy.
poor damage on that. That was awful. So Ajax, you'll take 10. Bianca, you'll take 5.
Cool.
He takes 20.
Oh my god! Poor fella.
This explosion of flame as Bianca, you barely flinch as the flame just moves past your face. Ajax, you're able to sort of hit the floor quickly as it emanates in that sort of semicircular fashion. And then he just throws his hands up, but is just immolated by the flame. He is still standing, but he is bloodied, and you can tell that his face and arms are pretty badly burned from the explosion of the fire elemental. Anything else, Bianca?
That's my full action economy.
Okay, thank you. Cecily, it is your turn.
Okay. Well, I was thinking of grabbing this chump with Bigsby's hand, but I feel like the three of you can handle him at this rate. So maybe I'll regret that 5 minutes from now. But
No, don't worry. He's about to catch these hands. You know.
cool.
Pause.
I think what I'm gonna do
Me too.
is use 10 feet of
Me too.
movement to go there,
Okay.
and then I should be able to, if I lean to the east, not
Oh my
lightning bolt Zuni.
Yeah, okay. Makes sense, yeah.
Yeah.
You just yell,
Nice.
Suni, move! Huh?
Lean to the left. Slide to the left. But that was
Cha-cha,
lame,
real
sorry.
smooth.
So,
I like it.
okay. But yeah,
You
lightning bolt.
Yep. Lightning bolt. Dexterity saving
We'll
throw,
just,
right?
Yep, DC 16 again.
Okay, they're
I'll do
better
the
at
normal.
these.
Now,
I'll do the normal
They're
level
better at
3.
these. Rolls a natural 3 on the saving throw. That's awesome. Okay, for the second one. Okay, second one succeeds with a 19.
Okay.
Okay, so first one, 23 points of lightning damage. Second one, 11. Oh, they both look so rough.
All right. That one in the back is apparently still alive.
Just barely.
So, I I assume these things can be hurt by necrotic damage, so I'm gonna try to quicken spell bonus action to chill touch him.
Sounds good.
Just so he explodes over there and not over here.
Got it.
Cool. So I'm gonna roll that attack. That was a boring 15. I'm gonna use a point of luck.
Smoke him if you got him. There you go. Burn it.
That was less. My turn is over.
That was less.
That is how that always goes, isn't it? I don't know that luck has ever really helped me, to be honest. Well, alright.
You see the cold, frigid hand begin to reach for the fiery elemental, but you can see the heat emanating off of its body just causes it to burn away. As we move to its turn.
Sick.
It is going to move 40 feet in this direction. And it is going to hurl two of those spheres of flame at Bianca, just because that's the only one she can see. Seemingly moving closer to him to give him some type of cover. So Bianca, that'll be 2 strikes against you. It does not have its fiery strike, so it does not get that bonus. So it's just going to be the flat damage. So that's a 14 for the first one, which is a miss, and the second one is a 26, which is a hit.
Yeah.
So, but the fun part about this is, okay, so actually this is just straight force damage. So that hurl of flame, as it casts towards you, you take 8 points of force damage.
Okay.
But as it hurls the second one at you, you're able to take the sword and just kind of able to slice through it as the flame flies past your face, missing you. Okay, that's its turn. Ajax.
Yep. Is this a wall right here? Like that's an actual, or is it just roofing?
It's a wall.
So Ajax is going to put his shield away, walk up slowly to this individual, and
Who's
say,
currently like
yeah,
frozen.
he's gonna walk up to this individual and say, "Please, do not make any sudden moves. We mean you no harm. We just want to ask you some questions." Does he respond?
I don't think he can, right? Because of blood curse of binding.
No, it just immobilizes him. He's not paralyzed.
Oh, okay. Ajax, he doesn't say anything.
By choice. Ooh.
What else?
Okay.
He just can't move, and it can't use reactions. So he's like frozen at the feet. Then is what I'm kind of picking up from that.
Yeah, it's like anytime he tries to like walk, he's just can't.
Okay, or can't use
Yeah.
reactions. Okay, got it.
The-
All right.
How does he react to what Ajax said? Like, what's his facial expression?
Make an insight check.
Okay.
I won't count this against your action just in case you want to do anything, but we'll kind of say this
Yeah, 'cause this
face
is-
read. He's pretty stone-faced right now. He doesn't look afraid. He looks unfeeling in this moment. And you're not sure if that's a facade or if that's genuine.
All right. I guess Ajax can be bad cop. Ajax is going to.
Rip his heart out!
No, he's not gonna do that.
We just have
Yeah.
questions. No, okay. Alright.
He's going to grab his collar and put his spear up to his chest. And he is going to like get right in his face, like a boxing face off, like right there. And actually, yeah, I'm going to use the feature. He's going to use the feature Daunting Roar. He's going to just roar in his face. He needs to make a DC 16 Wisdom save or be frightened.
Okay.
I believe he still has the antibiotic, right? He hasn't used that yet.
He did roll a 16. So antibiotic just works. You can roll it to see how low the DC
Yeah.
is, but Because it's
so
fun
he
to roll the
roars.
clicky clacks.
Ajax roars and grabbing his, he's going to just
So afraid.
say, he's just going to say, "Do not make me kill you," and just push him up against the wall and ready in action
Okay.
to hit this guy with the spear.
Okay.
Did you say hot, Mark?
Yes. He
It
did.
is.
Not to speak for Mark, but that's what I heard, so that's what he said.
Yep. Yeah, I'm just going to ready in action to basically drive the spear through his shoulder and
Pin him to the wall.
pin him to the
Goddamn.
wall.
Brutality. Okay. All right. We move to this fire elemental over here. It is going to 70 feet is too far away, so it is going to move 10 feet closer. Suni, it does move out of your range, so you do get an attack of opportunity on it.
Hell yeah.
Was this a mistake? Maybe, but we'll see. Who knows?
Laser sword him.
Hit him.
I
Hit him
mean,
with.
moon sword him.
Hit him with that moon magic.
Moonblade.
The moon blade. Yep.
Blade
oh,
him.
and yep, that's a 28. Yeah, that'll definitely do it. God, what are you?
Ooh. Boom.
Okay, yeah. You
boom.
can see you cut at him as it's running away, and he does end up dying. However, you and Cecily both are within 10 feet, so I need both of you to make dexterity saving throws. This is a feature, not a spell, so the magic isn't halved. The magic damage isn't halved, just so we're aware. We're hunky-dory as we begin.
Well, I failed, so I would like to once again have it with absorb element if I can.
You don't want to try and use a point of luck, see if you...
No.
Okay,
No, I
okay,
don't.
okay,
Fair.
all right. I get it. Suni, you take half. So you will take 14 points of damage. Cecily, you will also take 14 points of damage from absorb elements.
Sweet.
So once again, you just like slash the fiery magic as you absorb it into your what weapon does Cecily have on her that the magic goes into?
She doesn't. It just weaves around her arm like a cord.
She's just
It's like when lightning strikes a car, it hits the tires, goes into the ground.
Yeah, she just has fire around her arms, and in between rounds, she just like shakes it off and gets rid of it. Which
Okay.
makes the second half of absorb element kind of useless, but it still
She could
saves
someone.
my ass.
she could,
So-
yeah.
Because it's just melee. It
Yeah.
doesn't have to be a weapon attack, yeah?
Well, my unarmed strike. So since I am not proficient in unarmed combat in any way, my unarmed strike is 1 plus strength modifier, which is -1. So my unarmed strikes will always do 0, even on a crit.
Then with the
So at
added
that rate-
from the
Yeah, I
damage
would just be
from the
punching
elemental.
them with a d6 of elemental damage.
That's kind
Just
of cool.
fire fist.
That is
Very
fun.
cool.
Against these
Yeah,
guys,
it's cool,
not
but it's
useful.
a d6.
Yeah.
That's the best Cecily can do is a d6 anyway, so.
Yeah.
She definitely can't do any more damage than that. All right, with that, we move to this unknown entity's turn. And Ajax, you can see that as he's sort of frozen in position, like as you have him leaned up against the wall, I'm going to do a small thing here.
Got a spear. Ready to stab.
Okay.
It is.
Ajax is... So Ajax and Carasilla would notice that he is... You have him sort of pinned up against the wall. You're focusing on his face in this current moment. And you hear him say to you... I would rather die than share the secrets of my order. And as you see him go to make a move, he's reaching for the ring with a skull on it in an attempt to pull it off. And Ajax, you see that, and Carasilla, you see that, and I leave it up to you in this moment if there's anything either one of you can do to try and stop him, because you see him do it. If there's anything you think you can do, I'll have you make a contested dexterity check to see if you are faster than him.
I did ready an action.
Mm-hmm.
Can I cut his finger off?
If that's what you want to
Can
do,
I-
yeah.
Take. I don't like the way you said that.
Well, you asked if that's what you can do, and I said, yeah, if you want to do that, you can.
Now I'm second guessing myself.
I can't win. I just said you can do that if you want.
Gotta tell if it's a good idea though. That's the thing that you're missing.
Yeah.
Sussy pasta? What the fuck?
I'm gonna cut the hand that is trying to take the ring off.
Okay.
Attempt to.
Okay, since you held your action, go ahead and make a dexterity check with advantage.
Oh, not attack? Okay.
Yeah, I mean, he's... Okay. Alrighty. He rolled a natural 1. However, I need to double check something here real quick. Okay. Go ahead and roll damage for me real quick. We'll say it auto hits because you were going to attempt to chop off his hand. Okay.
Hold on. There's more.
Oh, there's more? Oh, there's more.
Divine
You kill
Fury from
him.
Zealot Barbarian.
Okay. So
Do the
Ajax,
right poor finger.
as you go to chop off his hand, from the amount of damage, like the radiant amount of energy that you wield in that spear, as you go to slice through the hand with the blade of the spear, you can see it lops clean through, but you can see that he unfortunately drops to 0 hit points before the wound is entirely cut through. And you can see, even before he's able to pull the ring off, there's this discharge of sickly green energy that coats him like an aura as he just sort of goes into this like seizure for a moment and then falls over, collapses dead on the ground.
Sorry, guys.
So we're not talking to this guy, that's fine. I got notes!
You know what? You don't have Speak with Dead. I don't know if that's a bard spell or just cleric.
I wouldn't be surprised if it's just the cleric thing.
Can I use my potion of healing?
No, he is dead.
Wait,
I think all the green
wait,
stuff.
Cameron, don't you have Revivify? I mean, that's a whole ass diamond we use on this guy. Never mind.
Yeah,
I-
and I don't think I have it prepared.
Okay.
I think we're just gonna let this guy go.
All right.
Oh.
And what I will say is that there's 5 of you. You have all your resources. There's no reason to go through another round of combat. That creature is easily dispatched. As all of you turn and focus fire on it, a spell here, a sword slash here, the creature will eventually perish and die. It doesn't die with him, but eventually it is easily dispatched with as soon as he falls. So, with that, we'll go ahead and move back to the screen here.
Sorry, guys.
He's okay. I mean, you
Yeah,
just
I don't
helped
think-
him do what he wanted to do, so.
My plan would have not gotten that close. So
Yeah.
it's about to
So,
just-
I will say, immediately, right off the bat, Ajax being this close to it, you would recognize the magic. You've seen it before. You saw the very similar type of magic used against Keothi in Periton, where, and I would say Ajax, considering, and Carasilla, having worked for the Children of the Flame, this was a common device used by not just Dark Friends, but in most of the areas you went, Dark Friends would commonly use them. They are rings, they're called bands of loyalty. And either if the ring is removed or if the creature drops to 0 hit points while wearing the ring, they will instantly die. There is no non-lethal damage, there is no knocking unconscious. They're just dead because those individuals, the knowledge they maybe possess is deemed too worthy to fall into enemy hands. So, half of the materials on the table have been burned, but the other half still remain in Carasilla's possession. So there's still this area to search. But right off the bat, you're able to recognize the ring, what it does, because the two of you have seen it before. Just not in that fashion, the way that it was made. That's the thing that was a little different.
So it's not like this is just like a dark friend thingo going on in here.
It's maybe a little too early to tell, but it doesn't match what you've seen, especially being somebody who's been in the Children of the Flame more recently. It doesn't match anything you've seen before in the recent years. And Ajax, it doesn't match anything you saw in yesteryear either.
Do dark friends have like any sort of markings at all? Tattoos or scars or anything? Is there anything that distinguishes them?
Dark friends, no. No, because the idea is that they're indistinguishable from normal people.
Yeah.
So, big tattoo on your face, kind of.
Wait.
No, don't ever know.
Would Balefire only works on dark friends, right?
No.
Oh,
Wait.
alright.
Yes.
Well, yeah, Balefire only works on Dark Friend, Shadow Spawn, and the Forsaken.
Well, I mean, I could expended a slot of Balefire to see if this guy was a dark friend.
Maybe
Have
we
a dead
should
man do it.
search him
Yeah.
first
no, yeah,
before we
yeah.
light him up.
Yeah, Ajax is going to be holding him, look down at his arm, and then, like, you know, he convulsed and then die. He's just going to drop him.
Okay.
Well, that didn't go as planned.
Oh, I think we should at least have something from this place. Whatever is in these papers as well, and she'll just kind of pull them out of her little pockets.
Is everyone okay?
A little dusty, but I think okay.
Good.
You all see that shit that just came out of my hands? Never mind.
Which-
That's not too important right now.
Alright.
Whoops. Okay. I mean, you could ask.
I'll ask later.
Right.
So, Joe, did we hear him? Because I know Carousella read his lips. Did we ever hear him speak again? Was he the voice of the fire, like from last session? Like, did we ever figure out where that voice was coming from? Was it him, or did we not get to hear him?
So the two voices did sound similar. Obviously, the one coming from the flame was distorted. It was reminiscent of fire and flame, but it they do sound similar. So you can safely assume that they probably were the same.
Okay. So, at least we know roughly that this Phoenix is not some higher being. Seems like a genuine organization manipulating people, though.
Yeah, he was just a guy.
And is there anything on his person? I assume probably not, since he had the ring to, like, you know, make sure. But is there anything on his person or his clothing or anything that, like, hints at anything?
So the ring, the Band of Loyalty, is effectively non-magical anymore. It's just a ring, a silver ring with a skull on it. In case anybody wants that. Then there is the and I
Sunny
described
wants
it. Okay, Sunny can have it. I described it incorrectly earlier. It's like a signet ring, not like a metal ring sort of built with the emblem inside or around it. It's like a signet ring for wax sealing, and this is the symbol.
Ooh.
The ballad.
Oh.
Okay.
Oh, that's I like that.
That is really good. And
Cool symbol.
Carousella has this ring?
I mean, the ring would still be. Oh, what? She
Oh,
does.
unless she. Oh, sorry. I thought that she was the one investigating the body. Sorry, that was my bad.
Oh, I thought that was what she picked up earlier.
No, those
No.
are papers.
Yeah, the papers.
Oh, just papers. Okay. And she noticed the ring. Gotcha.
I will say, Carousella, as you begin to look through them, you do see wax seals with that symbol on them. They've been broken, And upon initial investigation of those letters, those journals, they do all seem to be written in a cipher. So right now they are just mindless gibberish. Some of them aren't even words. It is this invented lexicon. You could spend time to try and decipher it.
Would I? Because I don't know if it counts, but I imagine it would. Could I use comprehend languages?
Ooh.
Because it is understand any written language, so it is a
That is
written
a
language.
Mm-hmm.
Oh wait, doesn't decode secret messages. Never mind. I
Okay.
cannot.
Damn it.
It's like adds that in there.
I was
They
like,
thought of that.
I was
Really
like,
rude.
I would say that it would
fine.
maybe help in the decoding process. It wouldn't do it for you, but just like how Google Translate isn't perfect, like it would help you do some of the work. And then to find the more specific details, you could maybe
Almost
do
like
that.
helps us get a key,
Yeah,
but we still
there
have
you
to
go.
put it together.
Mhm.
There you go.
I know
My
Nancy
wishes
Drew.
list.
That-
I'm prepared.
Joe needs to make a cipher wish.
That's a good wish.
I'm not
Yeah.
smart enough, man. I'm gonna be.
Hey,
I'm
just
a
pull one
poet.
from Nancy Drew.
Just pull.
We could make the other kind of cipher where everybody gets 12 bars.
There you go.
That was a hip hop joke. Hell yeah.
So is that all the 2 rings, and nothing else on the body?
Yeah, other than that, the body is barren. I mean, the clothes that it's wearing are particularly nice. They are warm. You can see that the cloak itself, the cloak itself is actually enchanted with arcane runes as well. The sort of black and gray cloak with the slashes of purple, enchanted with arcane runes. And as you put it on, no attunement necessary, it does provide warmth and comfort even in these frigid areas. So much
So
so
put
that
that on Stoonie.
yeah. It is clashing with your
gods.
color palette, but it keeps you warm.
I have a dumb question.
Yeah.
These elementals, when they exploded, did they leave any remnants of like metal or anything like that behind?
Um.
I'll tell you my intention. I want to
Yeah.
find something that he can put in his beard. That's it.
Oh, sure. Yeah. In specific areas, there are small amounts of like things that would have been molten rock or like molten iron that it had used for its weapons that had kind of fall into the floor when it had died. So yeah, you find a few scraps of metal and
He's gonna
molten
take that,
rock.
Put it in
Some.
his pocket so that he can fashion
Yeah.
it into like a bead or something later.
Ooh, yeah. Okay. All right.
Yeah.
Sounds good, dude. Love me some fashion. Can I?
Remember that
Okay.
for the Ajax art.
I'm gonna also change that. Sorry, it's gonna pop up again, but that's just because I wanted to make you the owner of it, so that way you can see it whenever. Okay.
Should
Oh, look at
we-
these boxes.
General supplies, dried goods. Some of them are containers of water that have kind of been solidified into ice. It seems to be whoever the previous tenants were. This was a storeroom for them, and it hasn't been touched since.
Well, nothing exciting in here. I think this is dried corn. That's about it.
Maybe we can heat it up later.
Yeah, see, I'm helping.
It might be
Pop it.
nice to bring back to the lodge, or even the people you all met with earlier today.
All right,
Seems
let me
like
fill the
we need it.
pockets. She'll just.
Or we can take a cart, you know.
Should we bring the body back with us?
We don't know who he
Yeah.
is,
We know he
And-
was the Phoenix.
or part of the Phoenix, but we don't know who he was to other people in the city. And we killed him. Or at least that's how it looks, no matter if he was going to pull off that ring. I don't think we should.
I think it'd also be hard to claim that he is the Phoenix. All I suppose people really know is that the Phoenix is a flame. I don't think he's ever been then seen in association with it, or we'd be bringing it to the town as a dead man.
That's true. You said that he sent some sort of message to someone?
someone. I'm not sure who, but
What was that gentleman's name? The one who was leading, who talked to the Phoenix?
Grisha.
Yeah.
Maybe we should talk to him again.
Yeah, it's
See if he
Grisha.
can reach out to the Phoenix. And if he can't, then we know we, well, caught him. At least this one.
We'll say though, it seems that it was the Phoenix more so reaching out to him rather than the other way around. He didn't seem convinced that he'd be able to get an audience just by his own volition.
I think we should see if the Phoenix reaches out to Grisha within the next 2-3 days.
I do apologize for killing him. I didn't think chopping his hand off was going to do that.
We know it wasn't your intention.
By the looks of it, we couldn't really stop it anyway.
Whatever order he's part of seemed determined, I suppose, not to let the secrets out.
What do the letters
Enough to-
say?
Nothing I can read at the moment. It's all in code.
So we still have answers, just need to find them still.
Question. Can Carasilla speak with that? Not Carasilla, I'm sorry. Keothi?
Let me double check. I don't think it's one of the spells that she has prepared because she just has the collection of them. Let me check real quick. No. Her third level spell is
someone-
Revivify.
Maybe we can look into somebody who might be a cleric in the city that could potentially speak with that.
Yeah.
I mean, with the Order of the All-Seeing, would there be clerics among them?
Oh, yeah.
I don't know why, that feels like their vibe. Okay.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, for
Bianca's
sure.
uncomfortable with the idea that we're gonna yell at Liliana for being
how we have your
vicious
services
to
anyways.
people, and then we kill somebody who we don't know if they were not a citizen. We don't know if this was just a guy and we killed him. We know he was
Well-
part of the Phoenix thing, but he still could have been a citizen.
Yes, but I think the fact that he had, like, you know, the... I can't remember the name, but, like, the suicide ring thing, like...
It could
I
help.
think it should be evidence enough that it's not, like, you know, band of loyalty. There we go.
Yeah. Suicide ring.
Yeah.
It's not like we just killed him in cold blood.
Hey man, he attacked
So, yeah, it's obviously with a bunch of elementals that attacked us, like, that's a lot different than, you know, seeing people that are revolting / just being unsettled and then, you know, giving them punishment.
Yeah.
We're totally in the moral right. Don't even think.
I don't know, man. Bianca's
Good
not
people, right?
feeling. Bianca's like, we
Fine.
cut off his hand. Like, it don't look good. Even if we use the ring as an excuse, it does not look good in our favor. We look violent.
Nah.
He attacked us
Fine.
first. I mean, actually, technically, that's not true.
It's not. He was invisible and ran away. Like,
But he was really threatening. I think that should count as something.
I don't know. Was he
I-
legally?
It's getting
This is
looser
a
each
this is
time.
this is a stand your ground city. If you feel under danger, you can attack without moral obligation to the law.
Oh
this
god.
is Texas.
I think we don't need to worry about that until we get questioned, and when we do, then we can somehow justify.
Got it.
Or-
Okay.
We're good people.
We can just take care of the body.
Didn't he say something about the Gleeman?
Well, I mean, that would have been in the message thing.
Yeah.
Right.
But no, Carousel would definitely relay that. I remember it came up before. So yeah.
Interesting.
If he sent a message to someone in the city, they know it was us.
Well, maybe then the best move is to be careful who we tell this incident to, and see who makes the next move. In the meantime, I'm gonna check out this scary crater. Cecily will check out the scary crater.
Okay. Go ahead and make an investigation check.
Ooh. I didn't do so well at school.
I believe in you.
8.
Okay. As you look throughout the crater, you can see that this maybe at one point in time would have been a like there was probably a smaller chute that led further down to a basement area, a storeroom, or something of the effect. Looking down there now, you can see that it's mostly rubble, snow, and pretty much just broken nothing. You're not exactly sure if there's anything more down there. What I will say is, as you look and sort of squint, I'd like you to make an charisma check.
Alright, that's only mildly concerning. My charisma check was a 14.
14. You can see, just barely, as you're sort of blinking, looking down into the darkness, you can feel your pattern to the weave strengthen for just a moment. As you don't believe it's anything to be concerned about, I'll lead with that. But you can see these faint traces of the weave and these ley lines of arcane magic just bleeding through a bit. They're deeper, further into the ground, but one thing you might be able to presume is that some mages have an uncanny ability to, when they're near arcane ley lines, to enhance their own magical ability. And to potentially summon other creatures that are subservient to them. Or enhance, like I said, enhance their own magical abilities. So you see that arcane ley line there. You know that he was a mage. This was probably something that was used by him. You can recognize that. But to what extent, to do what exactly, you're not sure there. But you do recognize the arcane magic emanating from within the crater.
How far down does it go?
Maybe 15, 20 feet.
Well, maybe before we go, if we still want more info, it might be worth it to her to misty step down there and just peer around a bit more. Just to see if there's something that helps out a little bit. Or monsters. One of the two.
Okay. Alrighty. So then we go back up top here. Bianca, you were gonna try and cast Speak with Dead?
Yep, because I'm a dumbass. And we're like, who can talk to the dead? Literally have done it every other session. Not talking is be important to them.
I'm just thinking, if they've got like a ring to, make sure they can't talk to anyone.
Right.
I don't think being like, yeah, but we'll be really respectful to you and your family. I don't know that that's gonna really persuade him.
I just thought it was a
Still can try. I'm just saying.
It's like, I feel like death changes you. Maybe your mind's changed because you're dead.
Cecily, did it?
Maybe you're regretting things.
Yeah.
Now that you're dead, maybe you're like, my priorities were not in the right spot. I feel like that has potential.
I mean, it's worth a shot. It is. Nothing can be bad about it, you know? We just do it.
So are we hopping to this now, Joe? Not the Cecily thing?
Yeah, because right, Mark, you said if before you leave, you want to check it out.
Yeah, no, she'll definitely hang with the others if you're going to talk to the corpse. But she'll opt to investigate the pit if we still want to do that later. She doesn't want to do that completely alone with no supervision.
Cool.
She's no doll.
So, gonna try and, like, you know, be like, hey, yo, I get it. We didn't mean to kill you. You know, kind of introduce that. But what questions do, before I just, because I get 5, and I don't want to screw up.
What's your name?
A name? Okay.
What's the full name of your order? Because he did say before he died he won't betray his order, and the only other order we know right now is one that I don't want to be associated with this.
Mm-hmm.
So, would be good.
What is your order's intention with Maester? Right?
Who did you cast sending to?
I feel like he's not going to answer that one. But
Might not
Can
answer
anyone here
it
cast
could've- it
Zone of
could've-
Truth?
Ugh, I can't
I
remember if I still
can, but
got
I don't
that.
have it prepared.
Come back in 24 hours. There you go.
what is your...
Okay,
Alright,
okay,
let's
okay.
chop
But
his head off.
as we're thinking about these questions,
tomorrow.
this is to you, Joe. So with the whole speak with dead thing,
Correct.
does he still get to count as a creature? In the sense, could I then detect thoughts?
You know,
Because nothing specifies that it needs to be alive, but it needs to have like present thoughts, which assumes
he's
you don't
fresh
consciousness
and dead.
living.
He's still got to have brain activity, right?
No, it depends on the phrasing of Speak with Dead. Because if Speak with Dead says only the person casting it can see and communicate, then that's one thing you wouldn't be able to. But if it's something that can be heard by everybody around, then yeah, it'll work. You grant semblance of life and intelligence
are
to
you
a
looking
corp,
at
of a corp within range, allowing it to answer a question. A corp must still have a mouse, can't be undead. Spell fails if the corpse was the target of the spell within the last 10 days. Until the spell ends, you can ask the corpse 5 questions. The corpse only knows what it knew in life, including languages. Answers are brief, cryptic, or repetitive. Under no compulsion to offer a truthful answer if you are hostile to it or recognize you as an enemy. The spell doesn't return the creature's soul to its body, only animates its spirit. Thus, the corpse can't learn new information, doesn't comprehend anything that happened since it died. Can't spec. So, I just judging by the first sentence, you grant semblance of life and intelligence to a corpse. Then, yeah, I would say detect thoughts would work.
So then I feel like it doesn't theoretically matter that, because like if we're asking these questions, like even if it doesn't answer us, like surely there'd be that thing of just like thinking it at least, right?
I have a,
At least
love
it'll go
this
to its
plan.
surface.
I have a question
If not,
for
I can delve
players.
deeper as well.
the spellcasters in the group. Can anyone disguise himself?
Yeah, I can. I have
Disguise
alter
self?
I have alter
Can you
self.
alter yourself to look like the dude, the guy that talked to the Phoenix?
Grisha?
Yeah. What
Oh,
if
man.
you talk to it
What
as
a-
Grisha? You're not an enemy.
Well, that's
So this is
Okay.
a Three Stooges bit. So I'm going to approach as Grisha.
Yeah. that's the
Bianca
question.
is going to actually be the one communicating, but I'm going to be acting like I'm the one communicating. And then Caracella's going to be off in a
Can
corner
you-
with like a
Just listening.
No, I think
Is
you can
alter
ask the
self?
question.
Oh, okay, yeah, so that's the thing. Can if I cast it, can Cecily ask the question, or can Cecily cast Alter Self on Bianca? One of the two.
I cannot alter self on anybody but me. It's not
Okay.
a target spell, it's a self spell.
Yeah.
Okay, literally, it's not a touch, okay.
And then the
No.
phrasing says until the spell ends, you can ask the corpse up to 5 questions. So Bianca, you would have to be
Okay.
the one asking the questions.
Oh,
What if it's
I
used
could-
in the plural?
hide
The
behind
royal
you, and well, Bianca
Oh man.
text that. Oh, not
This
Bianca,
is
So
Caracella's.
dumb. I love this. But I mean, to be fair, I don't even think it matters, like, because, like, I feel like it's still a question whether they would be honest with Gracia as well.
Yeah.
But as long it wouldn't be an enemy asking them question. Like
Yeah,
we
so
literally
help
just
us
kill them.
there.
We are the enemy.
And like
do you
maybe
still have the ring that can transform you to look human?
was it a ring or was it an ability
Or
that
an ability?
the
Oh,
Raven
I don't
Queen
know.
gave me?
I don't
And
remember
how
what
long
ability
did that last for, Joe?
Ooh,
It was a Raven Queen ability.
because it was something that you got in Reach Kit. You probably don't have it anymore. I think it was only like a week, anyway.
Raven Queen,
I think
forsake me.
I don't know. I think having Cecily turn into Grisha and then dubbing like in like in a,
Oh my
Japanese
God.
I
movie
will say,
that's
I think it'd be
made into
interesting just to
American.
then. I think it would just be interesting then to see, I guess, what the thing's thoughts are with Gracia. Because if it's like a recognition of just like, someone else in my order, or of just like this fucker, like, you know,
Mm-hmm.
I think that will also tell us a lot too.
I mean, the other
Well-
thing is, it could just be, we don't have to, if we don't want to do the dub thing, if we feel like that wouldn't work, like, I think Grisha being with Bianca could have enough sway as well to be like, oh, maybe I made a mistake and misread the situation. Like, the spirit. Potentially. But whatever we want to do. If we want to try the dub, that sounds fun. If we want to just have it, like, Grisha's backing Bianca, I feel like that also possibly could work while everyone else hides and Carousel reads thoughts.
I'm really cool with either plan. To be briefly meta, I am proficient in performance.
Okay.
So
That sounds fun. This sounds fun. It sounds
Let's do the
fucking nuts.
dub thing. That sounds
Yeah.
so dumb.
I like the
that
dub
it
thing, it's
could
so
be
fun.
That'd be cool. All right, Bianca.
Cecily will
Bianca
alter
just
self.
gonna get behind.
Let me take off 3 spell points real quick to cast
Alright, the
alter
rest of
self.
us are out of eye. Like we,
Yeah, gotta
this thing
move.
can't see
Yeah,
it.
you gotta get out of here. You can't be watching from the wings.
All right, we'll like walk behind here and just like sit down and wait.
And what's the range on detect thoughts, Carousella?
That is. Oh, I mean, 30 feet. It's
Okay.
like a pretty decent way.
Okay, so right now I have, and honestly, we could just start with 3 questions, and then his answers to these questions we can just follow up with the last 2. But I have, what is your name? What is the full name of your order? What is your order's intentions with Maester? And then depending on his answers, whether he gives them or not, we can kind of just come up with the last 2 questions. Does that sound good?
Mm-hmm.
Sounds fine to me. So she's
Yeah, and
gonna
I will
be.
just... Sorry, I will just also say, since we do only have the 5 questions, with detect thoughts, I can probe deeper to get like the reasoning behind shit. So if we need a clarifying question, I could always just do that first, just to save us a question.
Okay, that sounds good.
Yeah, just so people are aware.
Bianca can like signal to Carousella as long as Bianca's in view of Carousella. She can just be like, she'll just point to her head and be like, think a little harder on that one.
Like the meme.
I love
Exactly. Oh, this is
Cecily is just gonna
amazing.
be pacing back and forth, doing some of these, getting into character as Grisha. Could you remind me what Grisha looked like, Joe?
Yeah, he was a fairly sizable half-orc man with 2 tusks jutting out of the bottom of his mouth. He had
this is about to be a half orc.
well, what was it? He had deeper hues of blue to his skin as opposed to green.
Right. So she'll capture all that to the absolute best of her recollection from earlier in the day. And then Grisha impression. What did he sound like?
Also say, just to, because it feels appropriate, Cecily shall also have bardic inspiration. I feel like if it's a performance thing, it makes sense. Carousel can help that. Sorry.
Little pep talk.
That's so great.
Yeah.
All right.
Was hell yeah.
Oh, I can recast Bless on you if you want even more boosts, y'all.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes!
Boost it
Everyone
up!
participate!
Well, Cecily, you're not talking, right? You're just moving your mouth.
She's
at the same-
performing. Yeah.
That's true, I don't need to know a Grisha voice. But
I
kind of.
need to know a Grisha voice, but oh well.
Yeah.
Don't worry
Impersonate
about
someone
that.
you've never met or heard. Do it.
Yep.
Well,
Bianca will
howdy.
just speak lower.
He
Be like,
sounds like
hopefully.
this.
My
Kind
name's
of.
Gracia.
Okay.
Okay.
So you've been stalling here for a little bit. Let's get to it. So you go to cast the spell, and you are choosing to have Cecily stand in front of you, asking the questions that you say while she dubs over you.
Yes.
Yeah, true. I guess Bianca can't be seen in this because it'd be weird. Because then it would just seem like Gracious being puppeted by her, which we don't want him to know. Because you still have to say the questions, right? So I think we should just do the dub, and Bianca's not there, totally not there.
Speak
Oh, I
with
guess
Dead
she
has
could.
a
Yeah,
range
she could
of
just
10
be
feet.
down here.
Shit.
Never mind. She's gonna be right here. Or she
Hide
could
under the
be.
table.
Wait a second. I was just gonna say she could be under the table, but Cecily needs to probably. She'll just be behind Grisha. Yeah.
Can Cecily make you invisible? Don't you have that, Cecily? I don't know. Again, not necessarily to waste.
Put
spell
this
slot,
guy's
but-
body on the table. Bianca gets under the table.
And I can concentrate on 2 spells at a time. So if we really want Bianca to be invisible, I guess, yeah.
This is
She
so
can be invisible
fantastic.
for a minute.
All right.
This is the best thing ever.
Okay. Am I invisible? I don't know if it matters too much.
You know what? I'll do it.
Okay.
I
Do
have
it for the
to
bit.
circle it.
Just breaking down. Look at him.
Just also like this is not the session I thought this was gonna be.
This is so airtight. He can't say no to us at this point.
All right.
6
Lights.
more.
We're having so
Camera.
much fun.
Action. Bianca, behind. Oh no, invisible. Cass, speak with dead.
Cool.
Okay, so you are. Did you put him on the table? Or
We
was
set
that
him
a
up right.
funny haha?
I don't think we need to. I think we need to if Bianca's invisible.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I will definitely do that. Yeah.
Okay, got it. Cool. So, Bianca's invisible. Maximum amount of distance away that she can be. 10 feet. Okay. So, not too far. Cecily, you stand in front of the dead body missing a hand, and you can see as Bianca casts the spell. Bianca casts the spell, and then immediately you cast invisibility on her, or else it would break the
Oh, right.
invisibility. So you can see there's this brief moment where the unknown entity's head sort of lurches up and looks in the direction of Bianca as just before the eyelids open, Bianca vanishes away, looks towards where Bianca is, its head cocks, and then slowly turns to face you, Cecily. As you can hear this low drone emanate from its form of this disgusting semblance of life that has been returned to the body.
And Bianca will say in a lower tone, as best she can, I did not expect to see this when I got here. What is your name?
Alright, Cecily will go along with that and look worried and confused.
Performance check, Cecily.
Okay. Now see, I know how it's treated me in the past, but I won't say anything yet.
You
Let's
do
just
have
roll this
Bardic.
performance check.
And blessed.
You can't.
Alright. So
You can't
naked,
fail.
that was a 25. I don't think, and then with blessed, would that be an additional
D4, yeah.
thingo?
Rub it in.
Okay.
Yep.
So I'll go ahead and, just in case it matters. Alright, so it's 27. I will not use a point of luck.
Okay. 27. You see him look to you confused, cock his head as he speaks.
You of all people should know my name. I am the Phoenix.
Carasilla, the first thing that comes into your head from detect thoughts right on the surface level is, this is odd. He should already know who I am.
Somebody lying to us. He said he was talking to a flame. Whatever. Okay, moving on. So Bianca taking that in. We'll try and rephrase the next question a little differently. With the shock of it all, you don't look the same. But I still want to progress in what we had talked about, but I don't believe I have all the information. Is there a contact or even just the full name of this order that I can connect to?
Another performance check, Cecily.
Okay.
Good rephrase. Good.
That one. Let's see. That one was 18. And we'll add the bless.
Okay.
Alright, so that one's now up to a 22. And I will once again save the bardic.
Okay. Can see once again still buying in.
You should know. You serve the Phoenix. You serve the flame. You must be loyal. There are others. And they will find you.
And Carasilla, what you hear in Detect Thoughts is, why does he ask this question? He cannot know about the Syndicate.
Wait, hold on. I don't know if this is actually a valid question, but like, is it cannot as if he is physically, like, he shouldn't know that the Syndicate is a thing? Or
It is.
cannot as if he cannot
He
learn
should
about
not
this?
know about the Syndicate. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. He cannot know about the Syndicate.
Sorry, I just feel like this is a very
I should've-
distinct thing.
I should have had an operative word in there, and that was my bad. So yeah,
No,
it
no,
is
no,
that
you're good.
he should have no knowledge of the Syndicate.
Gemma, this is a little meta, but is that something you want to pry into or dig deeper into? Hit those thoughts.
I mean, it would be the reasoning, also it's looming larger, and so I feel like that would check out as just a thing of just, he hasn't talked about it with Gracia, so that's why he shouldn't know. I'm
Okay.
not sure if that'd be anything more
deeper,
that would
yeah.
get it. Yeah.
Okay. Ooh, all right.
Question number
Great.
3.
If they're going to come find me, where should I meet them? This was the place. I don't know where else to go.
Okay, so this is gonna be strange how we're gonna need to have this happen. Cecily, make a performance check. And then depending on this roll, I'm gonna have you make a roll, Bianca.
Okay.
Because your lie is starting to unravel here a bit.
Yeah.
Alright, that was a.
Okay.
Boop, and then we'll add bless.
Yep. Okay, dirty 30.
30.
Nice. Okay.
As opposed
So
to a natural 30.
a natural 20 is a 30. Liston?
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, yeah, you're right. You got me. Birdie,
So,
egg on my face.
so Bianca, I'd like you to make a persuasion check with advantage.
Oh, okay.
The performance is convincing from Cecily, but the question, it doesn't like the question. He doesn't like the question.
But you said with advantage.
With advantage, yeah. Because
Okay.
Cecily's performance was authentic and genuine.
Well,
Because I'm
And
so
you're
on top.
also blessed.
I think it added. Oh wait, okay. So bless, is that just an automatic +4 or is it a D4?
It's a D4.
Okay.
D4.
Well, let's see.
Automatic.
Okay. So wait, did my numbers come through?
It did not.
Well, I rolled a 12. That was the higher number +3. So
15. Okay. You can see that there is a long duration of silence as it studies you in particular, Cecily. And he will answer.
Your memory must not be what it was. You know. We will find you when the time is ready. If you are here, then you must have an answer for what your ilk will do. When the time is right, we will speak to you through the flame.
And Carasilla, the thought you hear is something is strange. I do not trust him.
Bad. She from 2 more questions.
I mean, I feel like durations are fucky, but I think because it's not concentration or anything, so I can, I guess, just in the middle of it, cast message to Bianca.
Mhm.
Can I? She's invisible. That might be a problem. Never mind. I know exactly the direction she's in, so we're fine.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, she'll just kind of relay that.
Okay.
He's kind of onto us.
All right. Which is so interesting because never mind. We can talk about it later. Two more questions and now I feel kind of stuck.
I will perform whatever line you give me, my
I
lady.
know, I'm trying to think.
My queen.
You are my queen.
I'm not queen. Okay. He will say, or she will say, I'm sorry, I'm not used to this. I just don't know what to tell everybody else. They ask me questions all the time. Do you have any words of hope of what will be coming? They keep asking me questions and they're getting restless. I don't know if I can appease them much longer without having more information.
You can see. So Cecily, sorry, make another performance check for me.
Okay, cool. Okay, that's starting to get low. I will use a point of luck on this one to hopefully get higher than a 6 on that base roll.
Okay.
Hey, it's actually higher that time. Okay, so it's 21 base roll, and then 2
3.
on that, and then I'm gonna use it now, just in case. Carasilla, how much is your bardic?
A D10.
God
Slide
damn.
that then. So that's 23. So now that's 27.
Okay. All right. That is a success. As still, the two of you can tell just from your passive insight, he's not exactly loving the line of questioning, but he's not fully committed to distrusting you yet. It seems as though that was a good call on Bianca's part. And Bianca, just to double check, your question was, what do I tell the others?
Yeah, basically, like, the people I'm leading are getting restless.
Yeah.
They want answers. What should I tell them? They need hope.
Okay. He says,
You can tell them. Soon, a reckoning will come, and that burden of choice will no longer be an issue. Choosing between what they believe is right and wrong, it will be clear to them.
and Carasilla, with your detect thoughts, what you get on the surface level is, I must remember the motto. Be free of the burden of free thought and embrace the syndicate.
Is that one you think you want to pry into, or should I go to the next question then?
I think not, only because as I've been probably reading through this, as soon as I probe, he's going to know that I'm probing, and it will also likely end the spell.
Okay. All right. Well then,
Last question.
yep, the last question, she will say, okay, I can do that. But who did this to you? Who should I be looking out for? I don't want them to be sneaking into our inner circle.
Okay. One more performance check, Cecily.
Let's bring it home. Nice.
Okay.
Okay. And then, boop,
27. Got it.
27.
Okay. Final question asked, and an answer is given.
We know them as the Wanderers. An issue for our cause in so many places. But just remember, do not trust the Gleemen. They are deceitful in their wish for you. They will blind you with a story in one hand and rob you with the other. It might not be of your money, but of other, more valuable things.
And Carasilla, you hear with detect thoughts, I still don't know how they got here. No sign of them from Paraton to Maester, and yet they arrive. No idea how they arrived in the city.
Yeah, I mean,
Talking about
just
it.
for the lulz. Sorry. I will then, I guess, use that as a point to then probe, which I'm just gonna duck this in here because I forgot I can do that. No, it doesn't do that. Yes, it does. You can expand it. Neat.
Nice. Oh, wow.
So yeah, it's in the middle of that thing where you can attempt to probe deeper into the same creature's mind. If you probe deeper, the target must make a wisdom saving throw. If it fails, you gain insight into its reasoning, if any, its emotional state, and something that looms large in its mind.
Okay, wisdom saving throw. Okay, that is going to be a failure. Such as a... So we'll say that this is a very brief view, because as soon as it knows, it immediately... There is this, like, wall that immediately shoots up around its mental complexes to prevent you from learning anything else. But you do gain several key things immediately. Gain insight into its reasoning. Immediate reasoning. Control must be had. If we do not have control, we have nothing. Its emotional state, it feels like it's a failure because of its death. Something that looms large in its mind. It hopes the other agents are more successful. And you can see that as the fifth question is asked, you probe deeper. It's like one thing after another. You ask it, it finishes answering, you probe deeper, it fails. You get those initial thoughts and then speak with dead ends as the fifth question is asked. That's like the walls coming down is the spell itself ending, and there's no longer a creature there that you're able to detect thoughts of. But with that, speak with dead ends as well as the probing with detect thoughts. And I will say that
invisibility.
And invisibility. Yeah. Also,
everything stops.
Ajax, as you and Suni have been sitting over here just kind of trying to stay quiet, minding your own business, with a passive perception of 16, you would notice right here, Ajax, you can see what looks to be a pair of legs frozen, sticking out from underneath a pile of snow.
Oh
my
shit.
god.
The fuck?
Ooh.
Ajax is gonna look over.
Wait, they're actually there on this map. Y'all, if you zoom in, it's not snow.
Oh my god, that's crazy! There's legs there. Ajax is going to look over to Suni, and point it out to him, and say, "Come with me." Then he's gonna walk over there towards the thing.
I moved my own damn token.
Sorry, I moved both. That was my bad. Okay.
Moving the snow.
You begin to move the snow. You can see that this looks to be a half-elven woman, humanoid, wearing the garb of the Order of the All-Seeing. Seemingly dressed in a similar fashion that most of the other guards of the town have been dressed.
Liliana's full elf, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Sorry, go ahead, Suni.
Oh no, sorry, she's not even an elf. She is well, she's a half-elf Genasi.
But this person doesn't look like Liliana.
No,
right?
no.
Okay.
Do they have anything on them other than their Order of the All-Seeing robes?
No, and Suni, you would think it is very strange that there is no moonblade on this person's body.
Can I, using my 30 feet of blind sight or true sight or whatever it is, can I sense anything like that around in the pile of snow or anything anywhere?
As you attempt to reach out with those senses, in this area, it's just more snow. It doesn't seem to be buried anywhere in the snow or anywhere around you. It is just gone.
Okay. So Sunny will say, "That's odd. Should have one of the moonblades on them, I'd assume."
It's even more odd that one of them is here and dead.
I think it's good that we can at least eliminate the fact that they could be allies, or at least putting up with each other in some way. And by the way, since she never practiced, that's just Cecily's voice coming out of a 6'2" half-orc man.
Are there any more? Can you look around?
Yeah, now that you have your eyes keen to it, there is another body over here. These legs are much actually seeing them, they are shorter, a little bit more stumpy. You can see that as you dig away part of the snow, it's a dwarvish individual. Seems to be a man. He is older. There's gray in his beard. Like I said, he's frozen over. It looks like he's been frozen here for quite some time. And you can tell that he wears like workman's garb, somebody of like a trade, probably a blacksmith, a fletcher, an armorer, or something of that degree.
And none of these two people that I see look like anybody we've seen before.
No.
Okay. They've been here for a while.
The dwarf much longer than the half elf.
How long is that? Can I roll something to figure out how long?
Yeah, you can make a medicine check if you want.
Or if anybody here is better than me.
I might have medicine.
I have
for
+2
fitness.
medicine.
No, I don't. I have +0.
I have +4.
Well,
Carasilla, you can give it a shot if you want. Ajax, you're not sure.
Carasilla, can you help me?
Ooh, good roll.
Thank you.
Yeah, the dwarf Carasilla, you can tell, has probably... There were a couple of missions you may have gone on during the winter where you had investigated cities that had been attacked in the dead of snow. So you have a little bit more of a bearing on bodies when exposed to extremely cold temperatures, how they might still decay or how they might not, or the frostbite effects of frostbite on a dead body. The half-elf woman has been here maybe 2 weeks, 2.5 weeks. The dwarf, easily a month, maybe longer.
well,
Does it seem like they've been purposely buried under snow here? Like, is there like any like reason why there would just be piles of snow in the corner here? Like, I know it's not like obviously a perfect house, but does it seem deliberate, really?
The bodies being covered up by the snow, deliberate, yes. But it looks to be that this is just where the snow has kind of naturally fallen in this place. Like with the way the windows are broken open, or that a wall is broken down a bit. Yeah, it seems as though this is pretty deliberate to have them here.
Are there any markings of the order, like around in this house?
No, aside from the pieces of parchment and the signet ring that he held on his person, no.
well, do we feel like we have enough info, or is it time to inspect a pit?
I mean,
We-
I'm sure there's more to be gotten from the papers, but how long it will take to decode that, if we're able to decode that, it's a different matter entirely.
Yes, I think we should investigate the pit and then leave.
Alright. Okay, Cecily will drop concentration on Alter Self. Yeah, it's a little better. And she will put dancing lights in the pit itself, all 4 of them, just to give it dim light. And yeah, she'll go ahead and she'll just kind of climb down, but if it looks too treacherous to do so, she'll just go ahead and Misty Step, and just kind of trust that everyone will kind of keep a watch while she's doing that. So yeah.
Okay. So, Cecily, as you go down deeper with the dancing lights, I'd like you to make an investigation check as you're digging throughout the hole.
Cool. Well, we didn't count on me getting a 6.
Yeah. So, Cecily, as you begin to dig throughout the hole, sort of kicking over dirt or rubble or wood or snow, at a cursory glance, you don't really find anything of note. You think that it might just be the raw magic emanating from the spot, but it's a little hard to tell.
Alright, well yeah, she'll call up to everybody then. Well, I can feel a way line here, but other than that, it might be nothing. Maybe he made it himself, maybe it was already here.
I feel like we should at least keep this in mind. I don't think a big random hole or a giant hole is random. We don't know what they're planning, but clearly they're planning something, and this could be part of it. In a really weird way.
Real quick. So, does this building, does it seem like it was just a house when it was used? Like it doesn't have any, like, it's not like a purpose building, I don't know what you'd call it.
No, yeah, it looks like it was just a residential home before.
Okay.
I'm gonna start saying purpose building. I know exactly what you mean. I don't know what you call that either.
Purpose.
Other than building a home, raising a family. Yeah. Yeah. Well, she'll climb out and shrug.
Let's not forget about it, though, even if we didn't find anything in there.
Well, step 1 of our master plan already went kind of weird.
Agreed.
Somebody want to remind me what step 2 was?
Go back home. Well,
It was
the
speak
lodge.
with Liliana, but maybe we should just go back and take some time to think about what we found here, rather than just hopping immediately to the next thing.
We do need to talk to Grisha. He trusted you two.
I'm a little nervous about if he was really truthful with you two as well. I get the impression that this person, and Carousel, correct me if you're wrong, but I was trying to go based off of information that you guys provided, which should be all the information that Grisha provided to you, and it seems like he did know more than he let on.
I mean, in all honesty, I feel like it's more so that the interactions that he's had with Gracia have been obviously limited, but planned as well. And so I feel it could just be a matter of concern about why he was here, why he was asking questions. Questions about things that he shouldn't have known about.
Question. All of the information that everyone's gathered from the the dead guy was relayed, right? Like the questions answered and also the
Yeah.
mind reading stuff.
Yeah.
Get like a full transcript going.
Yeah, so this guy mentioned us, right? Like he quite literally was like we saw them at Periton, and then they're all of a sudden at Maester.
Yeah, specifically the Gleeman. So
Our wanderers, are they gleaming? Gleeman? Sorry.
I mean,
No?
honestly,
Okay.
I wouldn't be surprised if the Gleeman shit is just because the cloak is notable, you know? Like, especially if they weren't too sure about who we were.
Yeah,
Going
but he
like,
said
oh yeah, that one's got a pretty coat. Like, I think that's more
maybe,
notable.
but
Is the
Bianca was a
Wanderers us?
tiefling, and is Damaris and all that, and that's pretty open. And she wasn't. I mean, she hid it for a little bit, but like, I don't know.
I'm just wondering because he said the Wanderers are the enemies of the Syndicate, and then he specifically mentioned Gleeman.
Maybe they just
So,
didn't get our party name.
Maybe Wanderers is a good party name. We should.
Yeah, we
probably
should
look into
rebrand.
that.
Yeah, let's rebrand.
Remember that was gonna happen? Yeah.
That was.
Um,
I don't know. I found it interesting that the Gleeman was picked out, but I'm like, I think it might just be more than just a pretty coat, but it could be. I
mean, you know, I will say that it could be. Obviously, there's a lot you guys don't know, but I will say Gleeman are, of the things that are in the party, Gleeman are the rarest. So there's that to consider. Like, Gleeman are much more rare than Tieflings or Leonins and Dragonborn.
That's true.
Leonins are second rate.
True.
There's like 2 more Leonin than there are Gleeman in the world, you know?
Well, and I guess it's also the most visible thing, right? Like, people in the area might know the Damaris thing, but like, a Gleeman is like a Gleeman, you know? Like, you just, it's like it's almost like a traditional like Shaolin monk in our world. Like, you see it and you're like, that's shit like that, you know? You just,
That's
Yeah.
true.
you don't need to know anything.
Yeah, like,
Just-
even though the Damaris name's big, like, I think Mark's right, like, you're not gonna look at Bianca and be like, oh, Damaris, because, like, obviously that hasn't happened before, like, you need to still be
All them
introduced
Damaris
first.
coming in here.
Ajax right now is going to turn to the party and say, I think we should head back to the lodge. Not only because it doesn't seem like there's much left here, but I'm starting to get very cold.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Suni, how's that jacket?
It seems fucking fine.
Alright.
He did say he had to be back. He had to be
Oh,
at
did
some
he?
point, so...
Oh, did he? I
That was like
don't
10 minutes
Also
ago, so he might
BRB'd.
not be back. That's funny.
Let's
Alrighty.
head back to the lodge.
Well, as all of you make your way out of the house, leaving behind the 3 braziers, as there's nothing to do with them, the crater in the ground, this abandoned home, and whatever secrets may lie in store in there or for you in the future, we're going to go ahead and take a break there as you head back to the lodge to hopefully speak with Liliana and hopefully decipher this cipher. So thanks for watching so far. We'll be back in just a short little bit. See you then. Somebody please mute him. I don't know what the fuck was going on. I'm sorry. I'm sorry somebody had to hear somebody talk about how wide something was. I don't know what's going on, man. But we're here to play D&D. Jim, I remember how you said things weren't spicy enough? Are they spicy enough now? Anyway, so we're back. Picking up right where we left off, our group of adventurers. Yes, I was doing a voice. Our group of adventurers had finally fought their way through the house that they had come to investigate to hopefully find more information about who this Phoenix is and what exactly their purpose is within the city of Maester. Well, it takes a little bit of Three Stooges fuckery, but eventually they do get a fair amount of information. For one, they do find a signet ring depicting some type of symbol, weighted scales being held by a bony skeletal-like hand. They also find a collection of letters and journals, but they're all written in ciphers, so they are something that'll need to be decoded later on. However, one of the things that the party does do is they decide to use Speak with Dead, a combination of Speak with Dead, Disguise Self, and Detect Thoughts, in order to do the perfect combination through some very, very good rolls. They're able to gather a fair bit of information from this individual, even though sadly his life was lost, so they were unable to actually interrogate him physically. They had to do so spiritually. So, the information the party finds. The main things that they find, just to double check, they discover that him and his organization is called the Syndicate. They discover that he himself was maybe pretending, or maybe in all actuality was the Phoenix. They also discover that he has no great love for a group of individuals called the Wanderers, which are known to be traveling with a Gleeman. They learn that this individual in particular has no love for Gleeman. They also discover the motto of this organization, which is "Be free of the burden of free thought and embrace the Syndicate." I believe that was the majority of the information you guys got. Did I miss anything? No?
Not that I can think of.
No? Okay. All right, cool. Just wanted to make sure. So they gather that information. They investigate the hole in the ground where Cecily had detected some type of strong surge of arcane magic, a ley line, perhaps, something that she's pretty confident on. But after digging around in the hole a little bit, trying her best to investigate or suss out whatever maybe was going on in there, sadly she wasn't able to find anything, and the party decided to leave this house and head for the lodge. Now, what I will say is that your journey back to the lodge goes undisturbed. For flavor purposes, what I will say is that as you're on your way back, walking from one pillar of light to another, those areas of warmth and comfort in the city, on your way back, there is this tear that opens up in front of all of you, and a smaller number of those demonic ice creatures do pour out. Luckily, within the city, it seems as though the strength of their magic is diminished as all of you quickly spring into action, fighting them off, along with you all in the Firewatch Tower very close by. You're able to quickly dispatch of these icy demons and continue on your way. So, with that, you eventually make your way into the lodge. Now, in the lodge itself, it is a rather quiet area, especially considering how many people are here. Every once in a while, you can hear the small, quiet murmurings of individuals talking halfway across the lodge, or individuals asking for potentially more food or water, or those clerics that are servants to the Order of the All-Seeing to help people with any ailments. You do see Keothi and Mimir. They greet you as you come back in, and they'll join you in your sort of shared common area that all of you have together. But with that, you can see torchlight and fire pit burning in your small closed-off area as all of you return to the lodge, information in hand. The sounds of outside removed, as all of you now have a moment to yourselves to think, talk, and discuss what your next steps are. So, with that, what do you want to do? And we can just say, for the sake of brevity, that you explained to Mimir and Keothi what happened. Is that okay?
Yeah.
Okay. So yeah, I guess I will say then, first things first, since you brought it up, as you bring up the idea of the cipher, Mimir, he sort of gets this sly smile on his face, and he says,
Well, you know, I will say that from time to time the phrase is thrown around, smartest man alive, and well, I could take a look at it for you. If, of course, you'd be willing to depart it.
No, I think that'd be certainly the best option we have.
Now, I'm assuming you don't have anything, I could probably get it figured out, just plain old normal, but you don't happen to have anything like a codex or anything like that, do you?
Fortunately not, unless there was something I missed amongst them. I think all we have is the code.
Aye, very well then. I'll do my best, and I'll get back to you with what I find out. Alright, well, I'll get started on this now, and get back to you if I find anything out.
and he'll take the papers and journals and he'll start to decode them for you. So, you have the time to yourself. What do you want to do?
I suppose the question is if we want to try to talk to Liliana now or perhaps after the messages have been decoded. I don't think there'd be any relation between the two, but I think the more information we have, the better.
Bianca is kind of off to the side, and she's like, I don't think I'm... Oh no!
John just lost internet. No! The overlay. No!
Oh god.
Look.
Okay, we're good. We're good. We're good.
Oh, no.
He's
Okay.
back. He's back. He's back.
Are you
he's back.
back?
Sorry, I guess so. I don't know what the fuck just happened. Can you hear me?
Yeah?
Yes.
Can you hear us and everything?
Yeah. I
Okay.
just all of a sudden lost internet completely and then came back. I'm sorry.
No, you're good.
Can't log into the Forge. Sorry, go ahead.
No, yeah, Bianca will just, she's kind of not, like, as front and center with the group as she normally is, and she's just gonna say, like, I don't think I'm currently in the best headspace to confront Liliana right now. I feel like a lot just happened, and just in combination with what we're gonna talk to her about, I think I just need a little bit of time to think about what to say to her. I don't know, I think I just need a little bit of time.
I don't think that'd be a problem at all. I think knowing what we're going to talk to her about as well is also a good thing to think about. And it is something that can always wait till later.
I want to do it soon, I don't know, things feel a little different right now. And I think with that, she's gonna, like, look to Keothi, but then just say, I'll be right back, and then just start to leave the lodge.
So, team, is this a situation where we stop her or leave her be for a bit?
I'm going to go talk to her.
I mean, Carousel will also just be looking towards Keothi, knowing that, you know, Bianca had that look towards her.
Mm-hmm.
See if she's got anything more.
Yeah, Keothi
Oh.
kind of... She doesn't say anything.
I'll go check in on her. I'll be back very quickly if she does not want to talk.
Well, I
Yeah.
suppose for now then, we take a break. See what's up with Bianca, and we'll reconvene at a later.
Yeah, Ajax is probably gonna wait 3-4 minutes, and walk out.
Okay.
Is Bianca outside or is she gone already?
I think she's probably not. I don't even remember where the lodge is. Probably not gotten terribly far. At this point, you can see that so if the lodge is kind of like in this like river kind of area, you can see she's like close to the edge, kind of just looking at her reflection in the frozen river.
Okay. I server muted Cameron. Is Cameron back? Can't tell. I'm gonna unserver mute you. Cameron, are you here? Okay. Ajax was gonna ask Cindy if he could borrow the jacket, but he's not here, so never mind.
I'm
Steal
sure
it
Steve
from
would be
him.
bro about it. Let's be real.
Yeah, he probably would,
just take
especially
it.
since
It's
he's in the
yours now.
lodge now.
Yeah, especially if it's
Cool.
inside. Yeah.
Yeah, okay. He's gonna borrow the jacket. And then I guess he's gonna find Bianca. You said how far? She's just like looking at the river or whatever?
Yeah, she's by the lodge still, just like near the edge, by the river, just looking in her reflection in the ice. Because it's not
Yeah.
flowing, right, Joe? It's like a frozen river.
Correct. Yeah.
Ajax is gonna just kind of walk over and he's going to say,
I thought you probably shouldn't be out here in the cold. I brought this.
She will kind of like look over to her shoulder to him and say, thanks, and wrap it around her.
is she sitting down?
No, she's standing.
So Ajax is just he's gonna keep like 5 feet behind and say,
Do you mind if I join you?
No, it's fine. I don't mind.
so he'll walk next to her. He'd probably just kind of stand there for a couple minutes, let her eat, and then say,
Are you okay?
No, and I feel like that's not what you didn't expect me to say, you know?
No, I knew.
I don't know. I'm angry with Liliana, but then, and I know it wasn't your intention, but, and we don't know who this guy was, but we killed him. And I don't know how to make a good impression on these people. I don't know how to make them see that I'm not trying to take over, I'm trying to help. I don't know how to be there for them, and then beyond that, I don't know how to be there for the rest of the party. And I know I'm not there for myself.
Well, that's the first thing you should focus on. Can't be there for others if you're not there for yourself, Bianca.
But here we are. I don't have time to be there for myself. Things are happening now, and like I said before, I'm sick of waiting and seeing and everyone wondering what's going on. I want to know what's going on. I want to make things happen. I want to be confident, but I don't know how to do that. And I feel like every time I reach out to some leader for guidance, they can give me some advice, but honestly, I still feel like I don't know what I'm doing. And I guess I'm just gonna have to start trying things. And I know we're all doing our best, but it feels really out of our control. And then now this new thing with this other people that have known us since freaking Periton and have been after us, and it's all feels like all our fault. It's like somehow I feel guilty for trying to help, almost like they don't want it, and I don't know what to do about that. Because I know we have to. I know that's what they need. And I don't know how to get angry at Liliana for doing something that she at the time felt was right. Clearly. I mean, yes, she was wrong. She was definitely wrong, but we also did what we thought was right today. How are we better? And these people deserve better. And it's like everything I've done leading up to Issen has only led in more consequence. Yeah, I have my soul back, but I lost so much more. And I don't know if I could honestly say that I would do the same if I were a year back at this point.
I'm so sorry.
Did your internet cut out?
Yes, it fucking did.
It's okay.
I am so sorry.
What do you last remember hearing?
That Bianca doesn't know how to oh my god, doesn't know how to help everybody, and she hasn't had time to like help herself. And I was probably gone for like the last 2 minutes of 1 minute,
Oh,
2
wow.
minutes of that conversation. Yeah,
I mean, the main part you missed was that she feels like, even though, you know, we were successful with Issen and like we solved that problem and she got her soul back, she feels like everything after that point and the sacrifices she had to make weren't worth it. And she said, if this were a year back, I don't know if I would make the same choices that I made.
okay. Ajax would say,
I know that feeling all too well. But we cannot go back. We can only look forward. We can only do as much as we can with what we are given. Also, you say you don't have time to work on yourself. Well, there's time now. Look, I know that right now there's a lot going on. And I know that it probably feels like you are being pulled in an infinite amount of directions. But you can only go in one of them. You're not 2, 3 people, Bianca. You're one person. You can only walk one direction.
I don't feel like I'm the same person I was. I feel like I'm becoming something that I never wanted to be. And I don't know if it's because I feel like I'm becoming the problem that I thought I wanted to remove so long ago, or what. But everything I've been fighting for has not been making me happy.
I think his internet broke again.
Oh no!
He
So
just
sad.
he just texted me and said, "I'm gonna break something. I'm so sorry."
No. Oh no! is okay.
I can't see you guys.
Oh no. Can you hear us?
Discord. I can hear you. Discord's still loading. I don't know what's happening, and I'm so sorry, guys.
No, you're fine. It's not your fault.
It's all good, man. It's all good.
It happened to Joe like what, a month ago, so we
Yeah,
get you.
it's all good. I get it. I get it.
Do you want us to hold on for a second?
I mean, I can try to go restart stuff.
Yeah,
but
if you
not
wanna-
well.
If you want to reset the router, that's okay. We can come back.
We got Cameron booping in and out too, so maybe it's just.
He also said that he's having internet issues. He texted me and told me.
Wow. Do we all have the same provider and they're just fucking up right now?
No, I
Maybe.
don't have. No, mine's called Chantel. Yeah, I guess let me go try to sneak into Bella's room and restart the router.
All right.
I'll be right back.
That's great. That's great. We can cut away. We can go do something else
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
because
Yeah, do that.
there is something else that happens. Bianca and Ajax, as the two of you are away, the rest of you gathered in the lodge, going through either talking about various things, whatever that may be, or even spending time with Mimir, helping him with the cipher. You can see that he's like got a couple of pieces of paper. He's jotting things down. You know, he's starting to do work on that. However, as Ajax and Bianca are away, there's a knock at the door to the lodge, your room in particular.
Well, Cecily will kind of like lean back because this usually isn't her job. You know, this is not her
Mhm.
role in the family to go answer the door. But she's just gonna look around and be like, "Oh shit, everyone's busy." She'll go ahead and get up and do it.
Okay. Oh wait, is Gemma not here either? Oh.
She's busy, Joe.
No.
Caracella's helping Mimir with the cipher.
Oh, okay.
Hold on, I have my name. What's happening?
Okay. So, sorry, just because this is, I think out of everybody, this is most applicable to Caracella, so I just wanted to be sure that you were here. Because John's restarting his router because his internet isn't working very well. So we cut away from the Bianca Ajax thing and we're coming to something else. So all that has happened so far is there was a knock on the door and Cecily went to go answer it.
Yeah. Because I assumed while you were gone, Caracella is helping Mimir with the cipher.
Which is fine.
Yeah, she would be doing that.
Yeah.
So,
You and Mimir
yeah.
are kind of going back and forth, like, oh, so that's what you see. Okay. Oh, so that probably means, oh my goodness. As Cecily, you go open the door. And as you open the door, you see Lord Commander Liliana Brighton with a heavy expression on her face. As she looks down towards you, Cecily, as she stands probably a good foot taller than you. She is a rather imposing woman as she says, I am very sorry to bother you. I am. But I'm assuming with your business from Periton, you know who the Loyalists are?
Yeah, of course.
A rather sizable party of them just arrived within the city. Through the East Gate. There's maybe 300 or 400 of them, bringing supplies, food, warm clothing, the like. And on top of that, there is a person traveling with them. Strangely enough, seems to be commanding them to a degree, but I do not recognize them as a loyalist. They are just because you all were in Periton, you might know better. But they were oh no, the overlay! Oh no! Wait a
I mean,
minute.
that was gonna happen.
I think I can fix this, because if Cameron's here, that's... Okay, all right, that's fine. Everybody's there. It's just Cameron's there twice, but he's up the top, so it's okay. So Liliana, she says,
the man, he is larger, more broad, a fire genasi man. He said, or the rumors from some of the loyalists is that he was traveling with a small group of Goliaths that were attacked. And now he travels with the loyalists. I don't know if any of you have had any interactions with these loyalists before. But I think it would be best, considering the weight all of you carry, for you to go and say something to them.
We got along with them enough in Periton. Enough to work together for a bit. Food is food. I don't think we need to be enemies yet. And she'll look back to Carasilla. That sounds like your guy, right?
I think it is. At least, it's trying to think of any others that would match such a description. So I suppose I would at least be interested in talking to them, seeing what all of them are here for, at least, in terms of intentions.
Do you want me with you?
I think I would. I'm sure if the others get back, soon you will be able to fill in people well enough.
Okay. Well, twice in a day. Let's go do it.
She'll kind of
I'm
crack
quite
back. City's not seeing the last of us. She'll
Unstoppable squad.
she'll try to keep the tone as we're getting there fairly light, because Cecily doesn't know the whole sitch with this guy, but she's aware that there's sort of a heavy heart between Carasilla and Morwen when talking about him. So she'll just try to keep him on track, keep the tone palatable as they're kind of making their way there.
Yeah. I mean, if she's trying to stoke up any conversation, I think it'd be very obvious. Carousel would respond and talk. She's not the kind of person to, give silent treatments or do shit like that. But you'd be able to tell that she's thinking about other things primarily.
Mm-hmm.
And just autopiloting through any conversation with Cecily.
Alrighty. So with that, you and Cecily, you head out of the lodge, leaving Suni, Umir, and Keothi behind. The two of you head out and head towards the east gate. As you head there, heading towards the east gate, actually, you don't get that far. By the time that you get to the Church of the Sapphire God, you can see that directly in front of the Church of the Sapphire God seems to be where the Loyalists have set up. There are tents and like makeshift abodes that are being constructed in front of this area, large fire pits that are being assembled, and you can see probably 400 or 500 soldiers, well armored and armed, varying mages, rangers, knights, and just general tradespeople that are currently handing out supplies and goods to hundreds, if not thousands, of people of Maester that have begun to gather, looking at these people just giving away free supplies to those that are hungry, that are cold in Maester. Oh no. That are hungry and cold in Maester. As the two of you approach, you can see that all of these individuals are well armed, well armored. They are clean and fresh. It seems as though they just marched out of Belka itself from the amount of wealth displayed on their arms and armor and their weaponry and their magical devices. And you can see that seemingly almost giving out commands, telling people what to do and where to set up camp. Carasilla, there is no doubt in your mind as to who that is. Fiery beard and hair, wearing the regalia and armor of a loyalist. Draven Hunt. You can see him shouting out commands.
You, over there. Set up camp over there. Make sure those people get those supplies. These people are hurt and hungry. And cold, too, I bet. You, over there. Help them out. Yes, and please get those tents set up. Immediately. Very good. As soon as you get done, start resting.
And you can see he's shouting out commands. Hasn't seemed to notice the two of you yet. A little bit busy in this current moment, but two of you are free to approach if you'd like.
Cecily will take Carasilla's lead, because wouldn't it be terrible if she took the lead?
Okay. You're welcome to do whatever your heart desires.
Hey, you're trade. Oh, wait.
Yeah, I mean, Ursula, I guess, would make her way over to where Draven is, taking in everything that's happened around.
Yeah. So eventually, once you get 15 feet away, he will recognize you and say,
There you are. Carasilla, I knew that all of you were, I knew that you were going to be here, and Cecily, wonderful. It's so great to see the two of you. I had hoped that we would be able to encounter each other after Periton, and I got a little nervous on the way here, but I've made it, thankfully enough. I'm very glad to see that the same has happened for you.
Yes, fortunate indeed. Curious that you've made your way down here, though. Thought you were traveling with the Goliaths.
I was. But, sadly, we were attacked one night. There were very few of them left after everything that happened in Periton. We were making our way from Periton to Maester for the request of Keothi, now that she had returned. Wonderful news, of course. In the middle of camping one night, we were attacked. Strange creatures. You can only assume some type of offspring of Issen that had survived the attack. Sadly, all of the Goliaths perished. I hid, not knowing what to do, or if it was even worth fighting. And then I started to hear the thundering of hoofs, and lo and behold, my saviors had arrived. The kind individuals here, they helped me. And
you see him kind of lean into the two of you, you know, very chummy, very like, I'm going to confide in you, he says.
And I must admit, I don't feel good about it, but I did lie to them. I told them that I was the leader of the individuals. I recognized... No, John, you gotta turn your camera on. Okay, there we go.
I don't know how long this is gonna last.
That's okay. Draven Hunt is here.
Okay.
I had lied to them. I recognized the garb from those that were in Periton, and I said that I was sent by the loyalist leader of Periton, entrusted with a special mission to make my way down to Maester guiding these Goliaths. And just as it so happened, their commanding officer perished in the fighting. So, they had no leader, and I had no one to lead, allegedly. So, I picked up the mantle of leadership, and I have to think in another life, perhaps, I must have led men or soldiers at one point, because I feel like it's natural. So they were coming with Maester with supplies to help these people, and that's where I was headed anyway. When I was with the Goliaths, of course. And so now I'm here, ready to help, but I have to be honest with the two of you. I'm a little concerned about there's no easy way to say this, but where your allegiances might lie. I was told things by the Loyalists about House Damaris and what type of queen she was and what the kingdom was like when she ruled, and even the Damarises before her.
What exactly were you told then? History is history, yes, but anything more specific?
Well, and of course, I don't want to offend Bianca at all. Of course, she's done great things for Periton, and I'm sure she'll continue to do great things, but from what I heard, at least of Ivana in particular, most people believe that the ways of the Underdark started to bleed through again. That connection that was held to that terrible place started to show its face in the politics of the day. People trying to assassinate women and children, fathers and sons, entire families in the dead of night in the hopes to gain more political power. None more greedy than Ivana herself. It's the reason why she didn't have a council. And apparently that was something that had been boiling up for so long. This vicious political nature. So much death. So much destruction. Entire keeps fell. People burned at the stake for going against the queen. Of course, no system of governing is perfect. The soldiers, all of them recognize that. But how many civil wars does a nation need to experience before they say, maybe we should try something else? I just fear that a return to a monarchy would not be good for the people of Bella Clara. Imagine the bloodshed. Rebellions are never clean breaks.
Seems you've picked up a lot on your journey down here.
A lot of time to talk. They're much more talkative than the Goliaths were. The Goliaths, they seem to not like me very much. But these individuals, honestly, I've never felt more welcomed in a group. No offense to the group of you at all, but just being honest.
I see, and so you've decided that after your little lie about leading people, that you would just continue on to it, see yourself here, and then what? What are your plans?
Well, I'm gonna be honest, I hadn't thought that far ahead. I can see that people here are hurt. They're scared, they're hungry, they're cold. I'd like to help them.
It's not.
Well, as somebody who kind of just seems to have stumbled into this, which I can relate, I appreciate the neutral approach, just trying to help people out, but it's going to be hard to stay that neutral much longer.
It's a very good point.
I know you don't really know Bianca all that much, but I gotta be honest with you. She contemplates her place in the world when she hurts a fly. She is not like her grandmother at all.
I'm sure. I believe you, of course. I have no reason to think poorly of Bianca in the slightest. After all, it's because of her and because of all of you that Periton is free of that awful monster. I can understand that completely. Where my concern comes in is what happens after. All of you may help Maester now, yes, and I'm willing to do that. Seeing the state of the city and what's been going on, I already instructed several of the soldiers to send ravens to Giant's Bridge, to River's Pass, to Belka, to Wile's Edge, to request aid from more investors, to send more troops, more warm clothing. This area of Bella Clara has been long ignored, neglected. It needs nourishment, needs care. So I'm going to help.
You're certainly not wrong about it. These people do need help. And I think it's well overdue that I assume Belka has been sending these supplies. I think it is certainly something that's been needed. More than needed, not only here, but Periton elsewhere as well. However, I do caution that it is not entirely your place to be the one giving that. And you were, as I understand, you were meant to be heading to Bromsgrove, were you not?
You're very right. Of course I was. But when the
You decided to
Goliaths...
go against that.
The Goliaths were ordered to come here. They weren't going to
You are
send
not a
me by
Goliath.
myself.
I still think that your journey to Bromsgrove is important. Given everything that has happened. Everything that has happened to you as well. And I think it would be ill-advised for you to ignore that and take up more troops.
Yes, it is
Their
something that I
services-
will take into consideration. Of course.
Their services are welcome here and needed. But I also think that it would also be best if it was handled by someone that understands what they have to offer. Someone that has a bit more experience with these matters than you would.
And there is a moment, this flicker. That's all it is. A flicker of something deeper. But then it vanishes.
I will do what is required of me and Maester. I will wait to hear back from the other investors, and if they send a commanding officer to watch over these troops and to guide them, then I will leave and go to Bromsgrove. But these soldiers have no commander, and no offense to those people that are in charge of the city, but I don't think there's someone that they're going to trust with their supplies and their time. They trust me. And I trust all of you. So I'm hoping that at least for temporary, we can work together until a suitable replacement arrives.
I will preface. I left this up to the dice. The dice said bad. Carousel, is... Let me just check, yeah, okay. She is going to, still just staring daggers at the sky. I imagine tone and everything before could very well count as antibiotic. And then she's going to cast suggestion on Draven. I think it would be best to let what's being handled here be handled by us and others, and for you to make your way to Bromsgrove sooner than later. So yeah, I mean, it's a wisdom 16.
Okay, let me look up suggestion real quick.
Hold on, I can distract him here.
Okay, you can chuck it in there. So let's see.
So her suggestion itself would be to just head to Bromsgrove, sooner than later.
Okay, so the thing is, I want to check what the duration is.
8 hours.
So 8 hours. So that means he would.
It's gonna be left out in the cold, but that's enough for me.
Yeah, he would take 8 hours to walk in that direction, and then just
Freeze
the
to
spell would
death.
end. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So wisdom saving throw. Let me pull up Draven's character sheet, because all the physical stats are still the same as they were before, especially by now. Come on.
And yeah, she would be giving antibiotic to that as well.
Is this something that you're trying to conceal? Because like I said, there are like soldiers and mages, loyalists all around you. And he is their commanding officer. So if it's...
Yeah, I mean, I think it would be a thing of she's obviously would try and make it as subtle as she can.
So go ahead and make
there's not much she could do to make it imperceivable, yeah.
Yeah, make a sleight of hand check, because there is a material component as well. So that's something that you have to do something with that could be perceivable. Okay, 18. All right. Let me pull up Draven. Draven Hunt. Wisdom saving throw. Okay, so he's proficient in those. So 16, so he needs to roll a 9 or higher. That was a natural 1.
Okay.
You see him kind of flicker, and I'm going to make... See, with an 18... What I'm going to have you do, Gemma, is I'm going to have you roll a D100. And your sleight of hand check determined that there is a 20% chance somebody will see you. So if you roll a 20 or lower, somebody saw you cast it. So you have an 80% chance that nobody saw you.
Bad rolling. This is unfair. Oh shit, why did that do twice? Can I see what that first one was? No.
First
oh
one-
wait, no, yeah. Oh fuck, it was 11. Fuck. Okay.
Kill the person that saw you.
Assassin's Creed
Awesome.
has taught me well.
And then kill the people that saw that.
Kill them all. Just right now.
So you can
No one
see
can perceive you if there's no one to perceive.
the magic takes effect. But there is a mage that sees it. And the mage shouts out, "Commander Hunt!" and makes his way over as some of the other guards start to look. And you can see Draven. He looks towards the mage and says,
Yes? Officer Nile? What is it?
I saw that. The magic. And you can see there's several other officers, Carasilla now, that begin to look towards you as Draven.
Calm yourself. There was no magic. What I would like to have happen I need to leave briefly. There's something in Bromsgrove that needs my attention.
Sir, Bromsgrove is maybe 3-4 weeks journey away.
I'm your commanding officer, Officer Nile. I'd like you to get me a detachment of soldiers and horses. Supplies, too. We'll need them for camping. I'd like 50. The rest can stay.
And he looks to you, Carasilla, and look back to Draven.
I said what I said, Officer Nile. Now!
If it is too much to spare, as I understand, it very well could be with the state of things.
No, 50 will do. Thank you, Carasilla. You've been helpful enough, making me see the error of my ways. 50 and supplies for it. Thank you, Officer Nile. I'll meet them at the East Gate. Hopefully a commanding officer arrives in time. Giant's Bridge isn't too far. It was great seeing the two of you again. I hope we can talk soon, but Bromsgrove needs me. Bromsgrove.
Am I able to tell if the suggestion has actually taken effect? Because I'm not scared. Oh.
Yeah, the suggestion took effect.
Okay.
It's just that
Yeah, no, it's reasonable. Yeah, no, I completely
Yeah,
understand that,
he-
but part of me is also panicking.
so you can tell he failed. Like, that's something that you as a magic user can see the magic take effect. But unless I'm wrong, right, he's going to carry out that course of action for the next 8 hours. But and correct me other DMs, but do they have conscious awareness of things like that, right? Because if he needs to go to Bromsgrove, he's not going to travel alone, because the last time he was traveling with like 10 people, he got attacked. So he wants to make sure he has supplies and horses to get there faster, right? Like the conscious thing of like,
No, that all-
this is because it's
Because it
like
has the thing that you can't, like, get them to put themselves in danger.
Yeah,
like, that
okay,
is something
right.
that's spelled. So again, I was just checking because I'm scared.
No, you're fine. You're fine. You can tell the magic happened.
Right.
But self-preservation, it's like he's to you right now, it's like a caged animal. Like backing up in the corner, nervous and afraid. Like you can see some selfish tendencies starting to show themselves again, something that you had very much seen before. It's like these little sprinkles of the Draven you know are starting to come back a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, if he's buggering off, that's enough for me. So yeah.
Okay. All right. Draven will smile at the two of you, and he'll reach out his hand for a handshake.
Yeah, Carousel will give it.
Shake, shake. Carasilla, yours is extra tight. Extra tight. Cecily?
Wait, like on his end or hers?
On his end.
Okay. Okay.
Cecily, he'll reach out to shake your hand too.
She's in a bit of shock, but she will take it.
Okay. All right. Shake.
Best of luck to the two of you. Hopefully, you can bring some peace and order and safety to the people of Maester. Officer Nile, until someone else arrives, you will serve as commanding officer here in Maester. Help the people to the best of your ability, and should Karasilla Dulski, Cecily Silvarin, Bianca Amaris, Ajax Dawnrider, or Suni Kalukatho, should they need anything from you, you will work with them. You'll give them what they need, and you will be respectful to them. Do you understand me?
Of course, sir. And he shoots a side eye towards you, Karasilla. As you say, sir.
Good. Farewell, and good luck.
And with that, he will go over to where his horse was. He'll mount up and he'll start riding towards the east gate away to head to Bromsgrove. So you have at least 16 hours free of Draven Hunt to come up with a plan.
That's okay. That's okay. Yeah, but I mean, Carousel will turn to what's his name? Nigel?
Yeah, Officer Nile. So
Nile.
I guess commanding officer, or yeah, Nile.
Yeah, so she'll turn her attention to him. Well, I suppose the assistant goes both ways. If there's anything you could ask of us, then if it's for the good of his people, it's certainly something we'll provide.
Of course, I can't think of anything right now. But any requisitions that I can think of, I'll be sure to send to the keep then, or I suppose that if I find one of the Order of the All-Seeing, they'll be able to refer it to you.
Yes, but if it's also something more that you'd want to have a conversation about, we are presently at the lodge as well.
All right. Very well. Anything that comes my way that I think is important enough, I'll send to you then.
Yes. And I don't know what you have in terms of your resources or what you have available to you, but I think it's more than evident that people here need warmth primarily. Not just
of course.
here around the temple, but to the outer parts of the city as well. I think if you have these resources, it's not a good idea to just hand them out from this point, but to seek people as well.
Very well. The one thing that I did notice is walking in, you had these the pillars, the posts, the lanterns providing warmth. There are several mages, myself included. We did bring magical components as well, so we could attempt to create more of these to place more throughout the city. So that might be a good use of our time then. Not to just give those out to work with you.
I think if there's anything you can do to enhance or replicate the lanterns, would be certainly more than helpful.
All right. We can do that then. Can I ask you a question?
Yes, of course.
Did you use magic? Is that what I saw?
It's me more pausing. I don't think Carousel would have such a pause. I'm thinking, oh. I think, once you've all gotten yourself set up, maybe it would be a good idea to come see us at the lodge. I think there's a few things we could discuss that would be relevant to what happens here. And I think it is information that is important for you to know.
Make a persuasion check, Carasilla. Okay, all right.
Say no to me. I dare you.
No, he nods and says, all right. It'll take us a couple hours. It might not be until the morning. It is getting late after all. But as soon as I'm able to, I'll be sure to stop by and speak with you.
Preferably sometime this evening, if you're able to.
I'll try my best. Well, I have things to attend to here. There's individuals that need to be told about the chain and the chain in command change. Have a good rest of your evening, both of you. I'll hopefully speak with you later tonight.
Yes.
And he nods and he'll head back and start conferring with some of the other guards that were eavesdropping or some of the other loyalists that were eavesdropping. But with that, he'll leave you two alone.
Cecily will turn with kind of a stunned expression and just start walking and just kind of wait for Carasilla to catch up with her.
Yep. Carousel wasn't planning on hanging around there too long anyways, so,
What do you mean?
So,
It's fine.
but once they're, several paces away, she's gonna kind of slow her pace and just, Carousel? What the fuck are you doing?
Anytime. I bought us hopefully 16 hours. But he can't be here.
Do you not think he's changed then?
I think that here, this place, with the people that need help, I think here is not the place to get that answer. Like I said, I just need time. I'll hopefully be able to talk to their commanding officer. Hopefully clear up a few things.
Okay, it's just... I mean, I've been sitting with my hands under my ass for the past month because you and Bianca and Ajax keep talking about taking a very delicate political approach, and then you just... Are you sure that this was the smartest thing to do, or was this personal?
I don't want you to question that, Cecily. I promise you, if whatever Hrothgar was able to do to Draven, if it did not work as intended, if something has clicked within Draven, something of his old self, then I can assure you it would be best for Maester if he's far away from here. It's not what we need right now. I think things are already complicated enough without having extra variables like Draven here. We still have the Phoenix to worry about. We still have Liliana, not to mention our plans for the keep themselves. I think it's a calculated risk. And I think I can promise that's true.
You know this is exactly how I felt about Boulder, right?
And evidently, what we did with Boulder was not the best idea. I think, again, what we need to do here is more important than whether or not Draven has been changed. That's what matters. Listen, Cecily, you didn't know Draven as well as I did.
No. No, you're
But-
right. It's just that you're the person who told me that the man who took my father's soul and put it in a lantern is somebody that I should try to keep my heart open to.
Yeah, it's Sophie.
And I just didn't quite think this would come from the same person.
Cecily, please, I promise it's different. I don't want to minimize anything that the Odinsons have done. I think a lot of that has been misunderstanding. But stop this. But everything with Draven, it is beyond matters of family. It's well beyond that. We never had reason to suspect that Odin, that Boulder, were dark friends were working towards any of that. Draven is anything but what should I say? Has been confirmed to be such. And what the Odisons have done to Fjarleth and families of it, that is one tragedy. Again, I would never tell you differently. But what Draven has done has never been confined to just one town, to one city, to anything like that. I'm not saying that what happened with your family doesn't matter. That Boulder was easily gonna be some better person, but this is different. I need you to believe me in that.
Well, the past is the past. Even if it happened just a few minutes ago.
We should
I
Let's get
guess
back
we'll
to the
see what
lodge.
the others say.
Okay. And as the two of you walk back to the lodge in a frigid, cold silence, we'll cut back to Bianca and Ajax. Hopefully in a good way.
I swear to God, if my internet cuts out right now, I don't know, love him.
It's just fate, you know.
It'll just be annoying.
But John, do you want me to just kind of like say stuff and kind of pick up, or did you have something that you were trying to say as Ajax that you remember?
Yeah, we're gonna have to start at a point because it got messed up. So
Okay.
you go ahead.
All right,
Okay.
so let's
So-
see.
Yeah, the two of you, of course, as we cut back, the two of you near the edge of the river, completely frozen in ice that shows nothing but your reflection, no water to dive into, especially on the surface. Bianca, as you sit there in the frigid cold, the cloak having been given to you to provide you some warmth, you speak of the feelings of stuck that you feel. The choices you make, you're not sure if they're measuring up the right way you want them to. And that's right where we pick up. So feel free
Yeah.
to start wherever.
Yeah. I think the last thing that I remember that I at least went over with you, John, was the feeling that she would maybe not make the same choices if this were like a year ago.
That's right. And Ajax said, "There's a lot of paths around you. You can only take one. And you can't change the past. You can only move forward on the one path."
And then I think my follow-up to that was that Bianca doesn't feel like she likes who she's becoming. And she feels like she might be becoming things that she was trying to change and avoid. And she doesn't know what to do about that.
Okay. You want to pick up there?
Yeah.
Okay.
I know you've gone through a lot of phases in your life. Admittedly, I've gone through significantly less. But have you ever been someone you might not like?
Well, first off, just because you have gone through less phases does not diminish them. Everyone has their own unique experience in life. And yes, I've had many times where I did not like the person I was.
Do you like who you are now? Is there hope, or do you just continually go in a spiral until you're something that you never could have imagined?
You know, I'm still trying to figure out the answer to that question. But I can say that this version of myself I'm liking a little bit more than the others. What matters is that when we get knocked down, when things don't go according to plan, that we do not give up. We do not kneel and never return to what we tried. You get up and you move forward. Bianca, I have fallen so many times. I've lost count. And I don't know why. Up until about a week or so ago, I didn't have a real purpose. No direction. Until I found you and everyone else. No matter what, you have to keep going. And you're going to stumble, and you're going to fall. And it's going to really suck. But you get up, and you keep going.
I'm not a quitter.
I know you're not.
But I'm worried my intentions lead me to destruction. I didn't really have issues until I started going and looking for them. And now I have a dead mom, lost friends, and a friend I can't even look at. I'm just not... Oh, and a kingdom that hates me. It's not that I'm quitting, it's just that I'm extremely overwhelmed. And I'm starting to question if my judgment is even good.
Ajax turns towards you and kind of puts his hand on your shoulder.
That is why you have your council. You have friends. Look, I have made many mistakes in my life. I have gotten people killed because of it. It's hard to have all of this on your shoulders and think you're making the right decision. In life, especially with what we're doing, everyone There's going to be people that are going to hate you. There's going to be people that love you. You cannot please everyone.
I know, that's what Varna said. And I know that.
I am so sorry about Natalia. I'm so sorry about Keothi. I'm so sorry you've been put in this position. And someone as young as you. Even for someone as old as me. It's a lot. But you, I've seen you, Bianca. You have been carrying this with the most grace that anybody could possibly. You're doing good, despite everything.
And she's going to take off the heated robe and hand it back to Ajax and be like, thank you. Thank you a lot. The encouragement is nice. I almost feel like I need to be slapped in the face or something.
Well, I'm not going to do that.
I'm not asking you to.
Will you do something? A favor.
Sure.
Follow me. Ajax wants to go to a part nearby, even if it's on top of the river, that is like secluded, I guess, like kind of out of the way of citizens and like everything going on.
Yeah.
Is that possible?
Yeah, easy enough. I mean, most people are inside anyway, as it's starting to get later in the evening, so it's pretty easy to find a place.
He's going to look at Bianca.
Now, this might be a little silly, but it does help. I want you to look over there.
He's kind of pointing out to like where the river just opens up and there's basically nothing.
Mm-hmm.
And just yell.
And you can see, like, Bianca doesn't have a lot of... She's frustrated, but it's not like a boiling anger, like she's about to burst. It's more like a slow light starting to flicker out. And she's like, I don't know, Ajax. You're a lion. I'm... like... I don't think I got it in me.
Do you not know how to yell?
I don't know if I have the energy to care to yell.
It's not about caring to yell. It's about letting everything that is bubbling inside, that you're keeping in, out. If you don't want to, that's fine. But you have talked about how you don't know how to express things. You're holding things in, and if you continue to do that, it only gets worse. If you would like, I can yell with you.
And she's gonna, like, get up from wherever they are and, like, start to walk to that river that he was pointing out. And it's gonna sound strange, but she lights or finds some twigs, and with thaumaturgy, if you will let it, Joe, she lights a little fire right by the river. And then she will remove the mommer, and she'll set it down. And like start to like pull at her hair and like rub her face. I can't, but like rub it intensely.
Yeah.
Then picking up some of the fire or like the flaming sticks with her hands, she will like scream, roar, and throw it down on the ice and just start banging the ice until it starts to break.
Okay. So as you do that, Ajax, you see her begin to scream and yell, banging the flaming stick into the ice until eventually it begins to break and crack until there is this sizable crater that is almost ready to just break with just a little bit of pressure. And you hear from a short distance away a voice echoing out in the small little valley where the river passes through. As Bianca, you hear Keothi's voice. Bianca. We need to talk.
How big is the crater?
Right now it hasn't broken open yet. You've been slamming into it, and it looks like all you would need to do is stand on it, and it would break and you'd fall in.
She looks in Keothi's direction and then walks out on that ice.
Okay. You stop screaming, you stop yelling. And you step. And as you do, you are submerged. You into the water. You fall far until eventually there is running water underneath the ice.
You had a sound for water ready.
And you can still hear the wind above you dull as the water you dive into is frigid, ice cold. You can feel it not just in your bones, but in your soul. That chill. Chill. The cold. You remember in Richka, the cold on your toes. You remember it working its way up. You remember the fingertips, that icy bite. That stain on you. That watchful eye that followed you. That evil presence. Always there. Oh, you've been in the Old Kingdom. And here you feel closest to it. As you hold your breath and open your eyes under the water, you can see almost what looks like a world of icy mirrors around you, reflecting you and reflecting someone else. Long gray hair, blood red eyes, and pale gray skin, wearing incredibly decorative and formal armor, a long cloak of white and blue. An air about the way she walks and looks at you, where you can't help but feel small. As she speaks to you, as she says the words that emanate from her mouth, they echo in this space. So, face to face with me. This is what you are. A broken and scared little girl. You think you're fit for my throne. Do you know what you are, Bianca? You are a mutt. You are not meant to sit on my throne. Your father made so incredibly sure of that with his deviation. The biggest mistake he could have ever made was falling for someone like your mother.
So, is it literally just mirrors? Is she swimming? Like, what is, like, the actual reality around her?
It is
Or
very
can she not
strange.
tell?
It's warped. It is ice and water rushing past you, but you can see reflections of yourself and of her all at once. There are hundreds of you, hundreds of her in this icy realm beneath the water.
Okay, yeah. I think in whatever capacity she's able to move, if she can, as soon as she finishes that last line, she's going to, like, dive at her, like, aiming to, like, reach for her, almost like going for the throat kind of thing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. As you do, you go and you reach and you go to grab, and you can feel your body begin to freeze up the closer and closer you get to her, until your arm outstretched is frozen in place like you're petrified. And then you just slowly begin to coast towards her as she says,
I cannot believe all of what you've done, killing a Forsaken. And yet, this is what you are? Some poor little girl who lost her mommy and throws a temper tantrum.
and Bianca, you can feel that anger beginning to course through you. You can feel yourself maybe beginning to break through that ice, but you can also feel yourself getting pulled deeper and deeper, swept up in the current, the further and further and further you go down into the water. So my question to you is, do you want to go for her, or if you look up, you can see that hole that you had fallen through?
I think she would at first start to pull her hand back, realizing that, you know, she's kind of like starting to drown a little bit, and like not confidently, but like start to make her way up. She's not like set on that decision to try and get out with the hole yet, but like that's where she's starting to head. Like her better the better half of her brain knows like that is the smarter move.
I have a question. How long has it been since Bianca has been underwater?
5, maybe 10 seconds.
Okay, 15-second mark. There's a lion paw going into the hole to grab Bianca. Because he doesn't want her to freeze to death.
Okay. Alrighty. So, Bianca, you are... sorry, what did you say? Just to double check that you were going to try and...
She was gonna try and swim up to the hole. It wasn't a confident choice, but it was, like, her choice. So.
Okay. All right. So you sort of hesitate for a moment, and then eventually you do begin to sort of paddle up and try and swim back up towards that hole as you hear mocking from below.
Running, of course. Why am I not surprised? A scared child and a coward. Good luck. It seems as though the city you're in is about to tear itself up from the inside, and yet here you are, throwing a tantrum. You will never be fit to sit on that throne, to wear my crown, or to lead these people. You are nothing! You are no queen, you are no granddaughter of mine, you are not worthy of the titles they bestow upon you. Remove yourself from my sight.
I have a question.
Yeah.
Shadow Slides worked kind of funky before. If you can let her use it, she's going for that bitch.
Well,
She's deep enough in the water that it would be considered shadow, but there's no way for you to get back up at that point. The closer you got to her, the more frozen and petrified you got to.
Mm-hmm. Oh my god. Fuck. I'm sorry, I'm taking forever to make a decision.
You're good. Right now you're swimming back up. You can tell that the world around you, those mirrors one by one are beginning to crack and shatter and break as the darkness underneath this water is beginning to grow closer and closer to that hole. And I will say at that point, that's the 15-second mark. Ajax, Keothi has run over at that point too. You can see that that hole that she had fallen through is beginning to close up, where the ice is beginning to reform.
okay, well, Ajax is going to smash it with his shield to open it back up.
Okay.
And or punch it. Maybe he just punches it.
Yeah, like slamming into it with your shield, using it as a chisel. You can see Keothi comes by and she's doing the same thing, trying to break it apart with her fist, just breaking, keeping that hole open. And you can see that it is closing incredibly fast, unnaturally so. But
I imagine she can't speak since she's underwater. But I know a lot of this is like in her head a little bit. So could she try to speak?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, well now I have to think of something clever to say. So I think like after like her gut reaction was definitely just to go dive for the bitch. Seeing Ajax and Keothi trying to get to her, she recognizes like the severity of like, okay, I can't just like be as reckless as I want to be right now. And so I think she'll say, I'm not gonna fall for your temptations, but if you want to come find me, I'm not afraid of you. I'm here. And we're gonna be ready. I am ready. And then she'll swim back up.
As you swim back up, eventually you can see that that ice is beginning to reform. Bianca, as you do crawl out of that ice, you can see that these like shards begin to dig into your side and your legs and your arms as you scoot out. We'll just say that you take 20 points of cold damage from scraping out as these like daggers of ice jut into your side. Keothi and Ajax trying to break them apart as fast as they can. But eventually, as you do make your way out, frigid, freezing, on the verge of passing out from the system shock of cold that you're currently feeling, you can see Ajax and Keothi standing over you. But then you can see standing behind Ajax, looming over you, shaking her head in disappointment, with a small smile on her face. Ivana watches as you can't even stand this much. As Bianca, you slowly, your eyes begin to roll back in the back of your head as frostbite begins to settle in.
Yeah.
And Ajax and Keothi, as you look to each other, getting ready to pick her up and head back.
I will say Ajax would have taken that coat and immediately
Yeah, of course.
put it on
of
Bianca.
course. She is still drenched in
Yeah, no,
frigid
yeah.
ice cold water.
Yep.
So you do that immediately, covering her, picking her up. And Bianca, in these sort of last few moments of consciousness, you just see standing on the ice, disappointment, and a little bit of joy at how pathetic she thinks you are. Ivana, look as you're carried up the hill, back to the lodge. And that is where we're going to go ahead and end tonight's session.
Would you be able to mutter a few words while Ajax is carrying her?
That
Just
sounds like a great way to start next session.
Damn it! Okay.
There we go. We're going to hit the ground running next session. All right.
Okay.
So thank you all so much for watching. I hope that you enjoyed. Definitely some spice there at the end. And the crazy part is there is still more spice next week. I can guarantee you that, because one of the things that was in my notes that was tied for the most spicy hasn't happened yet. Very excited for that. So we will hopefully get to that next week. Thanks for watching. Be sure to tune in tomorrow for the Tales of Everend. Saturday for the Isles of Iverion, or next Sunday for Berry Time, or next Tuesday for the continuation of the Salamander Coast. Thanks for watching, and we'll see you next time.